What is up, everybody? How are you doing? It's your boy, Andrew Esquire. This is The Legal Mindset, where we teach you to be your own judge. Hopefully, you guys are doing well out there in internet land. We're checking in for what is day 7 of the Alex Murdaugh trial. That is 7 days of actual trial, not talking jury selection. And it's good to see everybody here. This trial may now go on forever. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about how this trial may become 2 trials in one. I certainly am praying it doesn't, but that's the way it's looking right now. But that being said, just want to say what's up to everybody who's awesome in here early, especially all my members, Danielle and my mods, Danielle, Dawn, Banca. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys staying based and helping out with the modding. It gets crazy sometimes. Ice Cold Wolf, Andrew F, Lady Autumn Sky. Who else we got? W Daisy Williams. How's it going? Eating those 4-hour energy cookies. What's up? Gene XO, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to see you. Mike NC, how's it going? And yeah, everybody else joining in. Jason G saying my head freaking hurts. Listen, I think we're in for a very annoying stage of the trial if we're really going to deal with financial crimes and the proof of financial crimes in a murder case. I understand that they are trying to establish motive. I understand they are desperate for motive, but it will get extremely boring real quick if that's where we got to go. Just saying. Just saying. And I know we're going to have everybody trickling in from the Vices squad very soon. Everybody coming over there from over here. And also, let me put out another notice on the Twatters, even if it may get censored by Eliza Blue, just because she knows I've been hating. And by the way, if you haven't checked out my summaries on that, make sure you do. On the Blue situation, because that one is actually heating up. I don't know if you guys have watched any of those videos, but that one's looking like this is leading towards where somebody's getting sued at some point. I mean, to me, either criminal charges are getting filed or someone's getting sued at some point because the amount of inappropriate behavior, whether it may be criminal or maybe civil, is kind of staggering. So let me just drop this on the Twatters. And I know that Hayden and Jeff will come over. I do have some other people that are invited. As always, we may hear from James from court. There's 1 or 2 other folks that I invited as well. And I do have confirmation that we will be having a recap episode on Sunday with Big Daddy Bronca. So Big Daddy Bronca will be joining us to recap his thoughts for the week, which I think will be helpful because I think sometimes, doing the shot by shot, you kind of lose picture, right? You're looking at the trees, not the forest. So I do like the recap episodes. We're kind of looking back at the week of trial and saying, okay, what have we learned? Like, what do we know listening from this case? So I'm excited about that. I may pull on 1 or 2 other folks for this. For this particular recap episode. So other things, in the world of memes here. So meanwhile, we have this case where this is going on right now. So right now we got this going on. And one thing I do wish is for my locals. It seems like there's some base shit going on right now on the floor of the house. This is pretty fucking based, and I'm glad they are calling out the ATF on the house floor right now. Fantastic. Wish we were checking in on that. I want to say a lot of people have been messaging me regarding stories from the Murdaugh trial. They've been sending me podcasts and people's opinions and other things like that. And I can only watch and review so much, but what I see is that a lot of people are basing their construction of this case on facts, not in evidence. So they'll say, oh, well, there's all these other things that happen. There's all these other facts. There's all these other potential motives. Look at all these other issues. But the thing is, the prosecution has not presented a cohesive narrative yet. And the concern is, in this case, is that While people on the internet, random people on the internet, can put together a story with a motive and a narrative that you can follow that pushes you to believe that, hey, Alex Murdaugh murdered his wife and his son for these reasons. The prosecution hasn't done that. This has not been convincing. In fact, I think by getting into the weeds with financial crimes, by going down this road, they've lost the momentum, in my opinion, that they may have had from yesterday. Because yesterday they were on that track of, okay, here's our evidence, right? Let's move with that. But they're losing that by not capitalizing on it absolutely immediately. That's my opinion there. Andrew says everyone talks about all these other things. As far as I'm concerned, none of it has anything to do with anything except for poisoning the well. Yeah. And trying to win in the court of public opinion is something I don't give a shit about. Frankly, I don't care where the evidence is if it's outside of the courtroom. If they cannot get it inside the courtroom, it's going to be extraneous evidence. If they can't bring that, if the prosecution is unable to bring whatever evidence that people on YouTube or podcasting or the true crime people have, if they're not able to bring that into court, it's useless evidence. Did I see the Waffle House chair video? Okay, do I have to Google this? I'm sure this is this related to the case, or is this completely unrelated to the? It's just is this the employee that was catching the chair? Yeah, and that's the thing with other cases. So saying like after Rittenhouse, I don't check about gossip from outside the court. Yeah, and that's the problem. The problem is on the when gossip helps you or helps your narrative, you want to bring it in, but otherwise you don't. We have to be consistent here. Groundhog Day is a great movie, by the way. That's a fantastic movie. Love Groundhog Day. Theoretically, was there a shadow this year or not? How's Phil doing? Phil fell down on the job. But yeah, Waffle House fights are amazing. I did see this one. I think I did see this, and I think this employee got fired, right? Like this Waffle House employee. Damn. Let's watch this. She fucking eats this chair. Here, I'm gonna turn on the sound. Yeah, they've seen some shit. That's true. That's a good one. The Waffle House fights are epic. Like, people should know better than to fuck with Waffle House employees. I mean, those people, it's like jails with guards and the prisoners, right? The prisoners aren't too far from the guards. Just don't fuck around. Let's see. So people sending me a clip. What is this? Okay, so someone sent me this clip. Let's see. Let's watch this real quick. I don't know why they sent me this clip. Let me see. What is this? Let's watch this for a second. Someone sent me this clip. I don't know whether it's relevant or not. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Well, I'll play it one more time, guys. Sorry about that. Didn't realize there was no sound on this one. Happens sometimes. There you go. All right, let's do it one more time. This is about the email. This is about the email.
An email was sent to my chambers at 5:52 p.m. yesterday by someone by the name of Chris Wilson, who I don't know whether it's the Chris Wilson who's on the witness list or not, complaining about the violation of my court order prohibiting the disclosure of the identity of jurors. Did not respond to the email, and I'll make the email part of the record in the case. If counsel can look at it if you like.
Who sent the email? Which one of you motherfuckers sent the email? Who's Don? Is your other account Chris? Who sent the email? This is from day one. Okay, so why is this relevant? Why are people sending me this? Why is this relevant today? I don't know. It's weird. I mean, people are always going to complain about that. Was that, wait, whoa. Was the audio loud there? I can bring it down. All right, let me see. What's the other one here? And welcome to everybody coming over from Vices, just checking out these clips. Okay, we'll watch. There's a second clip apparently, so I'll watch the second one here. Once it loads, if it wants to load. Oh, and
May 24th.
So we're just watching a clip regarding the Chris Wilson.
Had something she needed to discuss with me. I was out of the office that day in our Waldeboro office. When I returned, we met. When she showed me what had happened was we received a check for our client expenses. So this case was actually dispersed by the associated attorney, which was Chris Wilson. So he sent us a check for the money that we had forwarded as client.
Okay, so there's a associate attorney, Chris Wilson.
Expenses.
Yeah, he was doing a fee sharing with him, and he said, "Hey, where's my $790,000 you owe me, pal?"
Because I received a fee check from Alex's best friend, Chris Wilson, but not the the expense check, but not the fee check.
Right. Most of the time we receive them together. Well, Annette, when she did not receive them together, called my assistant Nicole to make sure we.
Okay, so I guess the point was someone was making the point that I guess initially there had been a complaint. I showed a little clip earlier. There had been a complaint about identities of the jurors being revealed by Chris Wilson. Apparently, this was early on. I think maybe day one of the trial, I guess apparently this came up again today. Chris Wilson's name came up again today, so maybe his best friend was the one who was bitching about the jurors' identities being revealed. Very interesting to piece that together. But anyways, that being said, Jeff, how excited were you today? How on the seat of your chair were you for so much evidence that Murdaugh actually committed these crimes?
Wow. Again, remembering that we're not 5 hours into your stream and making the same mistake I made yesterday, I will just say I was really bored. It was really bad because this guy over here got me all excited about today. He's like, "Oh, everybody's going to be pissed that you missed the good stuff, all this new non-technical, non-police,
the lay witnesses. The lay witnesses are coming out. Yeah.
Like the real ones. He's like, "Oh yeah, but it'll be okay. You'll be able to have a bunch of them tomorrow." And then they got into that little pissing fit at the last 15 minutes where he got all, "Are you aware of this crime? Are you aware of this? Are you aware you owe debts? Are you aware of this? Are you aware you owed $790,000? An objection thing. That's triggered this whole 404B motion shit and stuff. Sorry, YouTube. The 404B motion stuff. And that set up
15 minutes in, Jeff. Don't forget.
Yeah, this whole thing today that it started that up. And so the first witness was a Snapchat her official job at Snapchat is to rat all of your accounts out to the courts. She's the one that processes all of the legal requests and takes them off to court and testifies what they all mean. And it was, I don't know how long it was. It seemed like it was about 30, 45 minutes. I just have no idea how long it was, because I didn't take any notes. I went, oh, this is bad. She just basically said that video with the wife laughing and him laughing about the wilting tree that was uploaded to Snapchat. What time? Oh, there was one interesting thing. Let me open the oldie notes.
And I think we've got let me try and pull it up. I had it a while ago, but the wilting tree, to me, that was a nothing burger Snapchat. I mean, it's like, okay, but it's not the time of the murder. It's not the exact time of the murder. You're not saying that happened 2 minutes later. And he's wearing different clothes. Okay. You can change clothes during the day. I change clothes 2 or 3 times during the day. What does that mean?
That's what I was saying. When you are outside all day, or when you're at work, whatever, when you're driving around the property, you go, oh, I'm going to go home and take a nap. You don't take a nap in your pants and your uncomfortable long pants and your long sleeve shirt. Yeah, you get comfortable. You take off your clothes, or you change into shorts and a t-shirt. And I mean, actually, that video, if anything, supports his idea that he went home and took a nap.
Right.
Yeah.
But the testimony, where are we at here? Oh God, it was just rough. Her name is Jean Seckinger. She's the accountant, the CFO for the firm. She talked about how. Oh, never mind. That was before her. Oh yeah, the Snapchat chick. We know his ID now is Paul9499. It's not that anymore, I guess. Yeah, the whole deal. Her whole testimony was what time that video was uploaded. She said it was uploaded at 7:39. They asked her about the metadata to say what time of day that video was created, and
That I did find interesting. Like,
it was because she said the prosecution didn't request any metadata.
Why?
The prosecution did not request the friends list. The prosecution did not request any geolocation data.
How dumb
which
are
makes
they?
it more or less, makes it more or less irrelevant, because what are you supposed to prove with it?
Yeah. And so the defense, they had the metadata. And it was uploaded to Snapchat at 7:39 p.m., which is almost exactly 1 hour before the murders are supposed to have occurred. It was created 1 minute previously at 7:38. So it was essentially uploaded instantly after it was taken. So he's laughing with his family, joking around 1 hour before he was supposed to have murdered them.
Yes, it's like he's flipping a switch to blowing their brains out.
Mm-hmm.
And that was all she testified to. They went down, and then they said, all right, no more jury until after lunch. And they went into all this financial stuff, which was actually, I mean, it's really interesting, because we sort of get to pull back the curtain and see some details about all of these other crimes. But
which is great if you want to watch a second trial.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why there's a second trial. And to me, this is like the fundamental problem I have here is you are actually litigating 2 different trials in one. If you're doing this, you might as well have not separated these out and just left it and ran it as a 2-month debacle if that's what you wanted to do, because that's effectively what it seems like the prosecution is trying to do here.
Well, when they were setting this up and arguing why this should be let in and why the judge should hear it to decide, was they were saying the judge said he's not even getting to the 404B stuff yet.
Okay.
Which is proof of like motive, intent, history. He said that it was a 403, which I haven't been in Civ Pro for a bajillion years, but he was saying it was basically showing a pattern of behavior or something, and the case that the prosecution was relying on dealt with something that, I mean, a completely different fact pattern than this. So it just made no sense from square one, and they did nothing, as far as I can see, to tie this in any way to the murders.
No, all it was they were trying for propensity and prior bad acts for something that are completely unrelated, just to smear character. It's
Yeah. Right.
It was pointless.
So just to be clear, Rule 404 is the character evidence to the other crimes. So you guys know, and Rule 403 is excluding relevant evidence for prejudice, confusion, waste of time, and other reasons, right? So the court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. And I'm sorry, maybe because I'm impatient. Like, I think a lot of times there's a needless presentation of cumulative evidence in many cases. But I guess the judge is putting in the substantial outweighing part, right? This is
And what's Rule 402?
I pull up 402.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they're like 402 and 405 were also mentioned. I've just completely blanked out on it. It was one of those, and I just drew a blank.
You're fine. Yeah, you're
Fair
fine.
enough.
I mean,
G'day, Dwayne.
Yeah. So 405 is methods of proving character.
Okay, yeah, that was part of the things they were bringing, character witness.
Yeah.
That was one of the grounds they wanted to bring, his reputation, because they were saying that, they said the defense opened the door by bringing in, he loved his wife, he loved his kids, he was such a great guy, he coached basketball, he was this wonderful guy. So they were arguing he opened the door to them bringing in evidence that he was not a good guy.
Got it. By saying that, hey, he had this character for being a good guy. Got it. No, and that makes sense.
It.
But I don't recall them doing that too often. In terms of saying he was a good guy. I mean, maybe like the family part, saying he was good to his family, but that's different than a general reputation for being a good guy.
And that is exactly what the defense said. They said, the only thing we talked about was the fact that he was a good husband and a good father.
402 is just general admissibility, relevant. It's just relevance, right? Yeah. So it's admissible unless, it provided otherwise. So, and that irrelevant evidence is not admissible. So, I mean, for 402, I mean, shit, a lot of this is irrelevant. I mean, to whether or not if you really think about it, it's irrelevant as to whether he committed this crime. They're putting a lot on, okay, there's this perfect storm on that day. I don't even think they have that. In terms of, being able to say this specific day was a day where there was such a strong motive at this specific date and time. I don't think they have that, even if they bring all this stuff in.
No, it's like I was just saying that as far as anyone else knew, he was only being questioned about the fee sharing with the associate for $790,000. Like, where's my $790 owe me? Not, oh my God, this guy came after me this. So now, therefore, they've uncovered the entire last 10 years of all my financial misgivings. And that was the interesting thing. That's why it was interesting to watch them go through all of this. They went through pages of all these allegations. It's ironic that he set up this company called Forged to hide the money.
That's funny, actually.
So they actually had to restart saying because you'd say the forged checks, but they were getting confused. So they just went to fake checks, fake company, and then Forge was reserved for the company name itself.
That's so funny.
But it was how every time this thing would happen, every time there would be a discrepancy, he would explain it away. And they'd said, okay, great. And then they would shelve it. And so it was interesting to hear how he explained all of this away, which leads me to say that he was probably convinced that, okay, great, this is just one thing. I've explained everything else I've taken away for the last 10 years, so I'll be able to explain this away, and then we'll go back to business as usual. So I don't think there's any evidence or any indication, and I don't think you can reach any conclusion that because some junior associate came looking for $790,000, that meant, oh my God, they're going to find out everything I've done, so therefore I have to kill my family to hide it somehow.
Right. That's the point which you've got to get me to. It's like, okay, yeah, he may have owed a lot of money. That's great. That doesn't show motive to yeet your family.
No.
This is a question from locals over here. Mike says, do you think, legal mindset, do you think they want to bring in the financial crime so badly, knowing he most likely will not testify on his own behalf because he could potentially incriminate himself in the other case? So do you think self-incrimination is a motive for them to bring it up here because they know he's not going to testify against these charges?
Well, I was going to ask, does the US have something to the equivalent to what we call the Harmon exception, where documents and evidence introduced in one case can't be used in another?
Well, there's sort of this 404B, which says evidence of other crimes can't be used as evidence that you committed this particular crime,
unless it's a similar nature crime, and sometimes when crimes of dishonesty and deception, that does come in, and with fraud, that could be that could fall into that category, right? So if there's evidence,
fraud to prove murder of someone who was not involved in the fraud is weird.
Yeah, and bringing the fraud in, bringing the fraud in to prove murder versus, if the fraud had been part of the murder, that's fine. But I don't think it's not. Okay, here's what the fact pattern. If it was somebody that he had defrauded, right, that was murdered. If it was related to a partner at the firm, he was offering a partner at the firm. I just don't see how you've got to prove to me that there's a benefit to Alex Murdaugh from the death of his wife and son. If you can prove that there's a financial incentive to that.
Well, that's what Ozzy and I were saying. If he had killed the CFO, that would make a lot more sense.
Yes, yeah, I'm okay with that. If the CFO gets a trip to the dog kennel, that's completely different.
Let's go visit the Murdaugh pig farm. I'll show you where I put the money. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh, I've embezzled money, so I have to kill my family. And I've just gone into we lost Ozzy.
He'll be back.
Just gone into full conspiracy mode again. 100% conjecture on my part. This smells like cartel or mafia involvement. Because
I really think there's somebody involved in this that is a second or third, either a second shooter or just complete, mafia cartel people that showed up, like even if Alex was there watching, made him watch, killed his family in front of him, and said, "Pay us the money."
Yeah, well, he's embezzled at least $10-15 million from people over the last 10 years. It can't be explained away as just him being a greedy bastard, because he's making easy 7 figures a year. They've talked about how all the partners had $125,000 a year base salary, but most of their yearly salary came from a year-end bonus, which was just dividing up the profit so the
profit share
firm didn't get taxed for it.
Right.
And they said it was 7 figures, well into the 7 figures. So you're talking at least $1 million a year minimum that he was getting. So he's not hurting for money. So he's in debt to somebody, whether it's for gambling debts, he's not paying bookies, or and some of these charges against him deal with drug possession, manufacturing, and distribution. So he could be in with a cartel. But as I was saying, Michael Franzese is a great guy to listen to. He's a former capo for one of the New York crime families that's straightened himself out and talks about gambling and things. When the athletes get involved in the gambling, they don't pay their gambling debts. And we're not going to break your legs. We need you out on the court, but we'll make you shave points. We'll do this, and then if you don't, something will happen. But so that fits so much into this. The cartel want their money. The mafia wants their money. Whatever. They're not going to kill him because he's the one making the money. We'll kill your wife and your son. Oh, and you got another son. How much do you want him to live? Yes.
Well, yeah. We'll keep him alive. Yeah, because we can't kill them all because then you'll have no motive, right? But if you've got one left, we'll come for him. We'll come for him later unless you pay us up.
And the one that's dead was apparently his favorite. We've joked about the favorite son being the one that didn't get the bullet, but
and it seems like based on the evidence that Paul was the favorite son. That Paul might have been the favorite son of the two. So
it's like, you get the son, and they said the son was first, is what they're saying. So you go after the favorite son, and you're, oh crap, the wife's here too. Not anymore. You delete her, and then you go, hey, pay us, pay up, or the next one goes.
Yeah.
And then if you still don't pay up, then you go.
Yeah.
That makes much more sense than what the prosecution is saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, or the kennel master theory. I mean, like I said, that one is that one is still believable.
No comment.
We're too early to comment on that. Michael Flanagan says, even if he was extraordinarily stressed due to his years of theft coming to light, the state has proved nothing but how that leads to a desire, an intent to kill, right? Because this is not an unintentional, it's not a reckless discharge. It's not an Alec Baldwin situation where you don't need intent. You need intent in this case. That's the problem.
It would make much more sense for him to go, oh my God, all of my financial crimes are coming to light. I'm going to delete myself so my family doesn't have to deal with this.
That makes sense. Yeah, I would expect him to do something like the side of the road thing, even, you know, but not this. D-Watt says, hide your kids, hide your wife. Well, I mean, now it should be Barry, but I guess, yeah, you're right. Yeah, right.
Well, he's hiding. I'm just 6 foot under.
Yeah. Okay, here's a good question. Do you think the state's strategy is ethical of prosecuting this case? Why not? Why not, Hayden?
I feel like look, the financial crimes I think is unethical because they know that there are boundaries to what evidence they should and shouldn't be bringing in. I think that specifically is a tactic. Well, look, my level of ethics compared to theirs may be a different thing. I mean, my personal ethics and personal morals are maybe considered significantly different to what is allowable under practitioner rules and that sort of thing. But I personally don't believe that. They may be towing the line legally. I personally think that what they're doing is slimy.
Yeah, I thought what they did yesterday, particularly at the end there, was slimy, sneaking in the evidence. I mean, you saw that, Jeff, right? You caught that recap at the end there. I mean, especially when you've had a prior objection and you go in and just blurt out information anyways, because you know that you're trying to get in this financial crime stuff. And look what they're doing today, right? They're doing just that. They're doing exactly the thing that they were not supposed to be doing. Speaking of things they should or shouldn't be doing, we got a good friend James here.
James, yay!
James, how's it going, brother?
Hey there, how are y'all doing?
Good. We're just talking about whether the prosecution is ethical or not, and also whether we're going to be on this case for the next 2 months, I guess, if we're prosecuting all the financial crimes now.
Well, I just saw from Kit's News that they said, I mean, maybe they're joking, but they did say, I think we're another 3 weeks or something in the trial. So I really hope that's not true. I'm not prepared for that.
Well, I think, yeah, we'd have to have a conversation at that point, because at that point it's like, all right, sorry, this is not going to happen for another 3 weeks. I mean, at that point we're running up. I mean, Jeff, the show business case is starting, and I know you've been covering that one. I'd rather jump over to that and then just come back here for closing arguments at that point, because at that point they're taking the financial crimes and they're shoving them into this case. They're trying both of them, and they're just going to try to use the statements from this case to prove their financial crimes cases. It's lazy. To me, it's unethical. It's opening up a massive appeal issue. This judge has already opened up several appeal issues. So I don't know. He's very concerned about being overturned. He said it several times, but
which is ironic given the circumstances.
It's ironic because I think he's opening himself up to being overturned through some of these actions.
That was the argument that the defense lawyer made. He said, there's this case here where it was overturned if they didn't let it in. He said, well, here's this case where he was overturned because he let it in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So James, I want to ask you. Let's start with yesterday, because we spoke to you yesterday during lunch, but I did not get you for the afternoon in your comments from yesterday. I think that I saw you on Twitter though, and I did engage with you there. But to just echo that, you were pretty convinced that the jury was very, very persuaded by what was going on yesterday, particularly by the state yesterday in their presentation of evidence. From Rogan and McLovin specifically.
Yes. It was really the end that got them the most, but I think just having two witnesses who knew the family brought life to the courtroom again. I think they wanted to see what these kids had to say. Of course, The first one, he was like, he cried, or he didn't cry. He almost like he choked up at one point, and the jurors definitely noticed that. They noticed, you know, how Alec was sobbing at the birthday video, and really it was the end when the prosecutor was talking about the financial crimes, really, after playing that video from the property where we see that he's wearing different clothes. There was one juror, she was making like the head explosion face where like her eyes were like all up and her lips, you know, and her cheeks were inflated. Yeah. Exactly.
So
But yeah,
there was
so that's the
there was a
reaction.
clear reaction. There was a clear reaction to that, especially the final part, right? So they're talking about the financial crimes at the end, the money.
Yeah. And the jury may not understand all the things that, you know, y'all are talking about, and that goes on the behind the scenes with whether or not it's technically like allowed or things like that. But I think it makes a difference to them. They already heard it. They already heard it in a way that was kind of effective. And then when he was, you know, also for the first witness, when he was like, do you really know him? You know, do you really know him? You know, I think that hit home for the jury as well. Because again, and I've said this many times, I know that theoretically this jury has never heard of Alex Murdaugh before. I find that very hard to believe. So I just think
Not in
that,
this town. Not in this town.
yeah,
I don't believe it.
exactly. And if they haven't heard of him, they heard of him from family members. The second they told the family members that they're on that jury, they probably heard, not a lot, but at least something where they know about the family. So the idea that this, you know, that someone wouldn't have anything else going on in their life probably doesn't compute with them. They probably know, you know, all of these wealthy, you know, politician type families, especially in South Carolina, always have skeletons in the closet, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, most people have some skeletons in the closet or something they don't want to get out there, right? You know, whether that's information about your family, your finances, whatever, right? That's not common, especially in small communities. That's the talk of the town, right? I mean, that's the only thing going on. So, I mean, everyone's talking about it. So, how did you take today? So, moving from then to today, how was the climate in the courtroom today? Because from what I mean, Jeff over here is ready to, you know, jump out of a window. How was it this morning?
Different. I feel like there's a lot more tension. Dave Harpootlian is pissed. He's not happy, like at all. And he's always got that face a little bit, but sometimes he's like joking, smiling, talking around, talking to people and stuff.
Right.
Like they're very huddled this time. He's unhappy with things. He's off running out of the room, talking to people, whispering, you know, doing things. I don't know who he's talking to, but doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of that. And the courtroom is kind of, I don't want to say excited, but there's like a lot of buzzing energy with the people in the courtroom. Today, there was like a group of students from a local, I think it was a high school. And, you know, there's just a lot of interest now that we're getting to a little bit more meat and gravy. I know it's kind of like not seasoned meat and gravy, but at least it's something.
Well, I feel like they were teasing us because, like, I mean, I even feel bad because I was telling Jeff, I'm like, damn it, we finally got some lay witnesses. Hell yeah, you're not going to be bored tomorrow, Jeff. You're going to be okay. Yeah. And then they enter into this, oh, let's dismiss the jury and let's have this whole argument about the financial crimes. Let's pretty much have a mini trial, which is what they were doing when they have a witness outside the presence of a jury. That is a mini trial within the trial, and the jury's sitting there doing nothing.
I mean, it wasn't boring because it wasn't boring testimony. It was really interesting testimony, but it was boring in the fact it did nothing to progress this case. And it sets up the real boring possibility that if he lets all of this in, we are going to have an exact repeat of her testimony in trial in front of the jury.
Yeah. They're going to come up and they have to do the exact same qualifications. They have to go through everything again in front of the jury, because none of that has been admitted. So to the record. So yeah, I mean, if this, I don't know what your plan would be if they said, okay, yeah, this is admitted, we're going to allow all of these in, and the judge said, if I heard correctly, that judge just said, I'm willing to sit here and stay as long as we need to because I don't want to be overturned. And other judges have been overturned because they refused to sit here and be here for and list all the evidence. Is that what you guys heard?
More or less. I'm starting to wonder whether or not the judge just doesn't want to go home to his wife or something. But anyway.
I mean, he did have a tragedy recently. He could be throwing himself into the trial like, hey, it's a good way for me to get my mind off
That is a
the
concern.
recent death of my son. So, but no, I don't know. I mean, maybe I think he really just doesn't want the scrutiny after this, because this is Alex Murdaugh. Either way, if he's convicted or not, he's still going to be a powerful figure in South Carolina. His family is still very powerful in South Carolina. And if there's any sort of discrepancy that they can make, on the fault of the judge, he's going to have that for a long time, and he's going to have enemies, as well. So I think he wants to be completely come across as, as impartial as he can, as fair and by the books, and really go along with them as both parties want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get that he wants to try to do that, but the thing is, you have to not just, he's worried about being overturned. He's worried about being appealed, and he's gone a little bit, to me. He's been very, very, I think he's not unfair, but I think he's being permissive. I'll use that word. He's being very permissive, particularly on the side of allowing stuff in, allowing evidence in, allowing statements in, and now, potentially allowing the case to be prolonged with all of these financial crime witnesses. I think that, look, if it's something, here's my opinion. If there's a specific statement that was made by a witness, they can bring in somebody to clarify and add context to that specific statement. But that doesn't give them carte blanche to, open that door and bring in every single thing. And that's the way that I read the rules. The rules is, if you bring up something specific, you can highlight that. We saw that in, for example, the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. When Kate Moss was mentioned, what happened? Okay, you got Kate Moss coming in, right? But that did not open the door for every single relationship Johnny Depp has ever had. That's the difference. Imagine if the Johnny Depp trial, we were bringing in every single girlfriend, wife, whatever, every person who smashed on a Tuesday night, and you're having them all testify. That's what it looks like they want to do here, the equivalent of that here. They want to bring in all this financial evidence, even stuff that's completely irrelevant to the case now, just to talk about, oh, well, this was all coming together around the time of the murder, and therefore it's motive. I think it's lazy, and I think it's because they haven't done their job in putting together a cohesive narrative. By the way, Mexican Iron Man says, for $9.99, says, James is 100% about everyone in South Carolina, knows this guy in the case. And also as an accounting guy, because Mexican Iron Man is an accountant, he also does lawns and, a little bit of interior construction. The testimony this morning at the hearing by the lady accountant at the firm was pretty hardcore credible.
I agree. And I wish that the jury got a chance to see her live, because I think she's such a great witness. They would have to do it a different way, because I agree with everything you said. I mean, they're bringing up a bunch of erroneous details. But if they can paint a narrative, I would love to see her like as an actual witness. I think the jury would like her.
Sure, but you've got to bring her in. I think my opinion is, if they said something specifically, and I remember they said that the defense made some comments about specific cases or specific issues. If it was brought up by a witness that the defense brought that up, go ahead and bring her in to talk about those specific accounts. If there's specific fraud, that's fine, but not everything. I think you've got to keep within a scope.
But I think the birthday video introduced Alan Wilson. Not Alan Wilson. God, that's the Attorney General. The other Wilson, Chris Wilson. Sorry. Yeah. It brought in Chris. I mean, and I guess that's, you have to say, well, does a video of someone allow you to talk about the financial crimes that they're involved in? But that, to them, opened the door to discuss how he was involved with, I think there was three things: the question about how, why would there be any reason, the birthday video, and then one other I'm blanking out on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The tree video?
No, the tree video is okay. See, this is what I'm so upset about, because we're all talking about, okay, can we talk about the crimes or not talk about the crimes? But the tree video to me was the biggest thing, and they should still be going on that. Like everyone's.
Well, why was it?
Why
was it? Hold on. Why was the tree video big? Because we were just talking about like, why does the tree video matter that much? Because people are really making a big deal about it. But, I'm just curious. Why do you think
he changed his clothes? He was wearing different. So he said he turned over the bodies. There was no blood on him. He had clean clothes when the police arrived, and yet 2 hours earlier he was wearing a completely different outfit. And he said he was up sleeping in the bedroom when we know he was down by the kennels. I mean, those are two very significant. Like, why? I mean, I guess everyone can change their clothes, but he lied about where he was. And he changed his clothes after saying he touched the bodies. He should have blood on his clothes. You know what I mean?
If you believe that he was down there, and they said they 100% knew that was his voice. He's not on any video down there, and they could be wrong about the voice.
True.
And we still don't have the, even if, let's assume he was lying and he is down there, right? So let's assume he's lying, he was down there. You still don't have the gunshots. You still don't have the murder weapon. You still don't have him killing those his wife and his son, and placing him above the bodies at the time. He could have been down there, gone back to the house, and then come back and found the bodies, or seen the cartel running off. Which threatened it, or he could have been there.
They never found those clothes though. They can't find those clothes that he was wearing from that Snapchat video. It's not like he has them somewhere. Those clothes could have gunshot residue. It could have blood on them. We don't even know where they are. I get what you're saying though. It's circumstantial, of course, at best. But,
in this case is almost all circumstantial so far.
Yeah. And on that note, I've hit my 4 a.m. wall here, so I need to get at least 5 hours sleep before work.
Okay, smash against it. But hey, Jeff, listen, thank you so much for hanging. Thank you so much for putting up with this. Thank you much for being a trooper. I mean, we'll do it again tomorrow. You are the thin Busan line that protects us. That protects us from the debauchery of the prosecution. So we do appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. And everybody, guys, make sure you're subscribed to Legal Vices to help him survive. Help him stay alive. Make sure you're liked and subscribed to Legal Vices.
And Jeff, we'll do it again tomorrow.
Yes, I'll call you when you're up. See you, brother.
See you, Ozzy. See you, James.
Adios.
Philip says real quick, Murdaugh can be a ass without being a murderer. Financials are poorly linked. Who pulled the trigger? Did Murdaugh pay somebody? Where are the weapons? The white-collar crimes are a done deal, but not explicitly relevant. How do you feel about that? I mean, how do you react to the link between the financials and the crimes? Because I do agree with the general statement. People can be assholes. They can be poor people. They can be shitty people. That doesn't make them murderers.
Yeah, and I think the jury is going to have a hard time with this, because you have to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt. You know what I mean? And just this random evidence that this guy was in financial ruin, so he killed his wife and his son. I don't think, especially, and I said this yesterday, someone with that kind of reputation would risk it all for, her inheritance maybe, and then people are saying he killed Buster along because he saw and as a witness. But would you really kill your son even if he was witness to that? I don't know. I think there's other stuff involved that we don't know about personally.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I think there's definitely stuff that's involved, and I think that he was in business with some bad hombres. From what I've seen, people send me links about his links to one of them was like a Chinese scam artist or whatever, who was like illegal importer who was tied to drug cartels, and with all sorts of shady business. I wouldn't doubt any of that. And if that was the theory of the prosecution, I might be more willing to believe that. But putting him pulling the trigger is where I have a hell of a lot of difficulty getting through.
Mm.
I mean, that's the thing I'm still having trouble getting behind. The white collar crimes, I'm not. I mean, he's gonna be disbarred forever. He's not getting back in. That's for damn sure. You don't misplace money. I mean, period. So
Yeah, and his personal banker is under all sorts of indictments right now and is in a lot of trouble. I was actually speaking to a few people who knew the banker and stuff like that, and yeah, the financial crimes are going to get them all.
Yeah, and I know you've only probably got 10 more minutes here before the court starts, but a lot of people have been sending me information about like the steps, saying, oh, look, there's all these steps that he took, and look at all this timeline here where he's taking all these steps. This is, I guess, presumably from his phone. And then of course there's the orientation changes. I just want to. Yeah, I know you're laughing. Like, what did you take from that? Because I know you said a little bit about it yesterday, but do you believe any of this evidence about the steps or the orientation changes is actually persuasive?
I mean, I just don't know what it says. And part of that is the prosecution's fault for not setting up a timeline when they were talking about the steps and the different orientation changes. Because honestly, I was thinking, like, when they did the whole thing, I was like, someone shot her and her was in hand and it, in a different way. Wouldn't that be an orientation change? But I guess they're trying to set up a wall. It moves, but the display was off, and it needs some sort of. But
I think you're roboting a little bit there, but I get what you're saying. Like what you're saying is related to the display, right? They're trying to piece these things together along with the display, saying, okay, the steps plus the orientation plus the display flipping on equals somebody messing with the phone that's not. Or rather, when they were talking about Maggie's phone, right? Someone messing with Maggie's phone, that's not Maggie, right? And with Alex, I'm not sure what any of this says. I mean, I can't, even if they put this together, which, by the way, Hayden, in the trial, I don't think we've ever seen anything this concise. I don't think we've seen a timeline like this.
No,
they
haven't done any sort. The best demonstrative that we've seen them even use was when the guy pulled out the paper pad and he was drawing things. And everyone's like, oh, well, can we at least see that? But no, there hasn't been anything.
Yeah, so
It's been annoying.
I wish, I mean, this takes like 2 seconds. Like random people on the internet can create this in a couple seconds, and they've had years on this, and they can't put together a simple fucking demonstrative. I mean, are you serious? But once again, even looking at the graph, looking at it as it presented, maybe they don't want to put it together because it doesn't necessarily make sense, right? And they can't tie these to specific motions of where he's going or how he's moving.
Look, maybe, that's altogether possible. Maybe someone actually sat down with a notepad, worked it out themselves, and they've gone, yeah, no, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't help our case, so we're not going to bring it up.
Right, like trying to go, okay, the house is 200 steps to the kennels. Like, I mean, I don't think that really necessarily helps them much.
No, and I don't know how the jury follows it because they can't even write anything down. So I really have no idea how the jury is supposed to follow any of this timeline.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that without being able to write it down is a problem. Now, James, did they say that they're banned from writing it down, or is it because they're just choosing not to?
I don't know. I think the rules might be that they don't write stuff down, and maybe they get a packet and they can look at the transcript. I have no idea, but none of them have pads or pens. Is
there any way you could add? Like, you think someone would know? Like, maybe one of the bailiffs or something would know that. Like,
no, I'll ask the clerk of court. Yeah, I'll ask her.
Yeah. That's a good question, because to me, when you told me that, I was like, they're not writing? Is it because they don't give a shit, or they're not allowed to? I mean, I could see that being the judge's rule, because that could be some sort of like local rule where the judge is like, hey, I want you paying attention. I don't want you writing or doodling. Because frankly, I'm going to be completely fucking honest. I've been playing tic-tac-toe with my neighbor If this was me. I mean, I'm being dead serious. Especially during this, these downtimes, or during the more boring testimony. So I mean, maybe it's just something to prevent that. But yeah. Anything else you want to get out, James? Because I know you do have to go soon. Because I know the court's going to be coming back very, very soon.
Yeah, I'll probably run in. No, I mean, I thought yesterday the jury was, intrigued at moments. There was, again, as I said, they were just more live. They do get very confused. Like a lot of the technology stuff, like you can tell, like some of their faces, they're annoyed with how confused they are, and saw that in the beginning yesterday, a little bit, and then really, I guess, just the ending, that I think made an impact on them. And I think just personally, the game kind of changed yesterday. I mean, the evidence maybe isn't solid foundation yet, but there's enough of, to put in the jury's heads, I think now to that they're thinking about, okay, well, he might have actually done this,
Right. And I think that's the prosecution's fault, by the way. It's the burden is on the prosecution, for not confusing the jury, presenting a clear and concise narrative, and putting things together. Guys, make sure you're over here following James from court. He also has a fantastic YouTube channel he's been starting to create content for. But he's over there live in South Carolina. He was live for the Johnny Trump trial, and he's live covering this. And he's just a normal dude, just a fan of this, this courtroom interactions, who's been doing this from a lay person's perspective, a non-attorney's perspective. And it's good to get his perspective. And I know there's some haters out there, but listen, we need all sorts of perspectives on this. And I say this all the time, lawyers, we think we're so fucking smart. We think we're so great. A lot of times we have a perspective that is incredibly biased. Lawyers have a perspective that's incredibly biased. So it's important to get a layperson in there who's really thinking like a juror. It's hard for us. Like when Hayden and myself and Vices are talking about whether evidence should be included or not, we're talking about the legal arguments.
Yeah.
But someone like James can be like, yo, the jury is just confused. They don't understand. So if it helps them understand, then okay, yes, maybe we do need to hear the evidence. Or is it just going to unnecessarily confuse them or trick them or mislead them? That's something that I like to hear about. And that's something that James can certainly tell us when he's listening to the evidence and he's telling us, hey, the jury is fucking confused. So James,
well,
I don't know if
that was kind, very kind. I heard all of that. Appreciate it.
Okay, good. I know you're switching, I guess, devices. But I just want to make sure I put that out there. And obviously we're very thankful for you popping in, James. And really you've been great on this. No, seriously. And I really appreciate you're still doing this, because it's very important to have somebody in there, someone we can trust, someone that I know is giving us their honest opinion. And of course, as I say nice things about him, he runs away. So that being said, make sure you guys are following him. I know he's got to go, and he's in South Cackalack, so the service is not great.
He's probably standing like 300 yards outside the court.
I'm so sorry. I appreciate it, y'all.
I'm like being nice to you and you run away. I'm like, I get it. I get it.
This is
the Sundire James, It's all good.
No, I'll see you. If I don't see you later tomorrow during lunch, I'll be back. Thank you, everyone. Good to see y'all. And yeah.
All right. I'll catch you later, brother.
Court. See you.
All right. Bye.
Thanks, James.
So, that's what I had there. I want to give a little bit of an update here, because I was supposed to do, and this is just a general update for those that follow law content. My good friend Joe Neerman, he is my good friend. We usually do a back and forth on the shows. Last week, I was too tired to go on his show. I was just wiped the fuck out, and I had some visa stuff to handle. I had to get some documents because, living in Seoul, South Korea is something that requires paperwork, routine paperwork. So I had to go do that last week. But I was going to go on his show today, but unfortunately, he just got a strike for violating the medical misinformation policy. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see if he knows what he said, but that really sucks. So guys, support my man Joe Neerman. Let's shout him out on social media. Let's try to free Joe Neerman. You know, he's a hardworking guy, and everybody deserves to be out there and not be yeeted off of platforms just for speaking the truth. I mean, they're going to try to yeet us off for covering legal issues. I know a lot of people were covering Tyree Nichols, and they were getting their streams, you know, marked ineligible,
Buried.
kind of, yeah, completely buried in the algorithm. Just for showing a video and doing legal analysis on it. So we do have to stand up and support these people. Maybe a tweet campaign we get going for him. I'll try to talk to him behind the scenes to see what he wants to do. Obviously, I'm not going to do it against his will, but just want to give some love to my dude, you know, Joe. So, I love people in locals saying this timeline is less convoluted than Eliza Blues, though. I mean, that's not hard. Have you followed any of that, Hayden?
Look, people have asked my comment on it. It's the same thing that I'm going to say. I don't really know anyone personally that's got so I don't have skin in the fight about it. I do think that what she did, utilizing and weaponizing the Twitter striking policies, is ridiculous and pathetic.
Yes.
I'm mad about that. And I'm sorry, but it was a still from a 6-year-old video that's been on YouTube for ages, and now you're complaining about it. I'm sorry. No.
Right.
And it in no way counts as release of an intimate image. Like that's just no.
No, yeah, it's not revenge porn, right? You know, it's definitely not that, right? And that's what a lot of these rules were put up to prevent. They were to prevent people from posting, you know, from a boyfriend or whatever, from posting that without your consent, right? And going, I got your revenge porn up there. With the ironic thing is, Twitter allows actual porn, right? Yeah. So I mean, most people don't realize that, but I mean, there are porn stars, OnlyFans people who post actual porn on Twitter. So it is hilarious how they can ignore it on one hand, but then punish it on another. It's very oh,
look, don't get me wrong. If it was legitimately posted without her consent and she had the rights to it, which, let's face it, she doesn't. That video does not belong to her. And if it was in any way actually something that was not already public, I'd probably be supporting her. This, however, is complete and utter BS.
Complete bullshit. By the way, speaking of complete bullshit, guys, make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you guys are subscribed and tuned in, because people are always trying to censor all of us. And guys, make sure you are subscribed to Aussie Overlord. He has a great channel.
I'll throw my link in the chat.
Yeah, throw your. I think I've got you. Hold on. I usually have you pulled up in the background. You know, usually when I'm in the right mood, I'm checking out the kangaroos. They're so muscular. You know, they're just so muscular, so manly. Guys, Aussie Overlord here. He is nice enough. He has been gracious enough to sit here and hang out with me and Vices, and to give us company. And show some love back to him. Just tossing him subscribe is much appreciated. Throw some likes on his last videos. It is very much appreciated. He's over here in our side of the world, and we are, as you know, we are staying up all night for you guys. We're losing sleep. We're fucking up our personal lives. I mean, this is really ruining everything for us. We are destroying our lives for you.
These streams, I mean, setting aside the fact that I wake up literally at 2:30 a.m. to jump on Vice's stream and go right through. These streams go right through my usual time. So I haven't actually streamed on my channel for the last 3 days because I've been doing this, people. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd very much appreciate the like and subscribe before my channel nosedives. That'd be hugely appreciated.
Yes, definitely do it. Definitely just go over there, go over there, subscribe, like a couple videos. It really helps. That's all it takes. Yeah. It takes a couple seconds. Speaking of taking a couple seconds for my mandatory grift time, if you guys want to take a couple seconds to not be a complete fat fuck, check out Field of Greens, guys. That is the product that's supporting me. They've come out there and supported me on Rumble, and they're one of the based products. Their founder is a advent capitalist and does not give a damn, and supports great content creators like myself, like some others. I know, especially Nick and Viva as well. But this is an amazing product. I've used it myself. It helped me lose a lot of weight when I was a fat fuck coming out from eating pizza, drinking beer, and just being debaucherous in law school. I was probably the only one that wasn't doing a Schedule 1 substance at that point. So that being said, it really did help me drop weight. It helps me get to the amount of vegetables that I should be consuming. Nobody consumes 5 servings of vegetables a day. That's just something that people don't do in the modern era. Even healthy people, even people that eat a pretty diverse diet like I do. So check that out. And when you do, when you select Feel the Greens on that website, Brickhouse Nutrition, you go over and enter promo code MINDSET for 15% off, whether it's a one-time purchase or whether you're trying to subscribe in the long run. That is promo code MINDSET. So go over there, check that out, and make sure you support good companies that are helping us out. Not companies like Gillette, which are saying that we are toxically masculine. Yes. That being said, grift check. I think we're about to come back here to the court. So here we go. They're not let the jury in yet, but we are close to starting here. So I think there. And by the way, anytime you hear like a mute or there's an audio issue, that's on their end. Like right there, they just muted. That's on them. If you guys see James, let me know. Also, we are at Legal Mindset. We are always on Hottie Watch, so feel free to spot any of our courtroom honeys at any time.
Miss Prosecutor seems to be wearing the classic white shirt with the black jacket today.
She's more hidden today, though. You can't see those legs. Yesterday, she was legs out for Harambe. She was legs out for Harambe. I was liking it.
Till later tomorrow morning.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
What?
I almost want to rewind that. Hold on.
Well, they're still talking. Just jump back like the 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah. I just want to say, did he say he's dismissing the jury?
I hope not. I'm hoping he's going to leave the motions till tomorrow morning. Vices will be pissed, but
is that what he said? Hold on, let's see.
Probably do about 2 hours with the jury and then resume with in
2 hours. Okay.
2 hours with the jury.
Perhaps delay the jury coming till later tomorrow morning.
Oh, delay the jury coming till tomorrow morning.
Vices is not going to be happy.
I'm going to need more energy drinks.
Okay, I'm going to do a poll in the chat.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Dylan Hightower, Hightower.
Investigator Hightower, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where are you employed, sir?
I currently work for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office as an investigator. I also supervise the Criminal Intelligence Unit within our office.
What is the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
The District Attorney of the 14th Circuit, which is comprised of 5 counties, Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties. Our office handles all general sessions related criminal offenses in court.
All right. And specifically your role as an investigator.
Yeah, Game of
what are your
Thrones name,
duties as
Hightower.
14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
Yes, sir. My duties are to prepare cases for
Oh,
trial.
it just reminded me of the guy from Police
identify
Academy.
witnesses, interview witnesses, obtain any additional evidence that may be needed prior to trial. We also prepare witness testimony for all of our potential witnesses for all of our trials. Also, outside of preparing cases for trial, I assist with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies with active and criminal investigations.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe your background in law enforcement that led to your employment at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yeah, so in 2010, I graduated from the University of South Carolina in Columbia with a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology. Soon thereafter, a criminal intelligence position became available within the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, to which I then applied and accepted. Initially, when I first was hired, I attended a 4-week on-the-job training at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division and the Fusion Center for Criminal Intelligence Analysis School. Afterward, I attended the PenLink Call Analysis Training Center there in Columbia as well. In 2013, I became a Class 1 certified law enforcement officer. In 2014, I attended the Fundamentals, ETS Fundamentals of Call Detail Record Analysis in Pinehurst, North Carolina. In 2015, I attended and became a Sistine SecureView cellular forensics operator to obtain the evidence from a specific device or telephone, cellular telephone. In 2016, if I may refer to my notes.
Yes.
Timing. Later on in 2015, I attended a course, Gladiator Cellular Forensics course, where we learned about ESPA and GAR. ESPA stands for Enterprise Sensor Processing and Analytics. GAR stands for Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. Essentially, that class taught us to use specific devices and software to identify digital footprints of cellular towers within a specific area. In 2017, I attended a operator course for Black Bag Mobilize, which is a forensic tool to extract data off of a cellular telephone. In 2018, I attended the FBI CAS. CAS stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
The Fed boy jerk session.
Historical cell site analysis, which identifies tower activity, tower orientation, sector information of incoming and outgoing calls on a specific telephone number.
And Investigator Hatter, I'm gonna stop you there. So as part of your job as investigator.
It's a good point. It does look like the courtroom's filled in a lot more.
Your role is to help.
I think they think it's going to get more interesting after yesterday, but I mean, I think they got kind of fucked.
And you've also had training on downloading and doing extracts from phones as well, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is it unusual for you to respond to murder scenes in the 14th Circuit?
No, sir, not at all.
You've personally met the defendant in this case, Mr. Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And does Mr. Alex Murdaugh, or at least at one point, have an association with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, sir, he did.
What was that association?
He was identified as a volunteer solicitor within our office.
All right.
There you go.
When you say assistant solicitor, what does an assistant solicitor do?
They prosecute cases in General Sessions Court.
And you've, in your role, you've participated in a number of trials before, correct?
I have. I've been doing this for approximately coming up on 12 and a half years.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to participate in any trials with the defendant, Richard or Alexander Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. There was one.
All right. And approximately when was that?
Probably 2015, 2016. It was a murder case out of Hampton County.
And what role did Mr. Alexander Murdaugh fill in that case?
He was essentially one of the prosecutors on the case. His father, Randolph Murdaugh, was technically the lead on the case and who I spoke with and met with prior to my testimony in the trial.
Okay. All right. Let's move forward to June 8th of 2021. You recall that day, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 4147 Moselle Road here in Hampton or Colleton County?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And briefly explain how you became involved and why you responded out there on that day.
So that morning, multiple phone calls were crossing through multiple employees throughout our office regarding the incident that occurred. We being myself, two other investigators, my solicitor, and my deputy solicitor, traveled to Sled Low Country here in Walterboro and attended a briefing involving all the law enforcement agencies responsible for the investigation. During that briefing, we learned more about the particulars of what had occurred. And then afterward, we had all traveled together in multiple vehicles to 4147 Moselle Road.
Okay. So yourself and several other 14th Circuit investigators responded, correct?
Yes, sir. I drove with one other investigator riding with me. One additional investigator met us there. Captain Ryan Neal with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division was in the vehicle with Solicitor Stone and Deputy Solicitor Thornton.
And now you just testified that it's not unusual for you yourself to respond to murder scenes, correct?
No, sir. And all of the murder cases that I've been involved with and any type of criminal proceeding, probably 95% of those scenes I've actually gone to.
Okay. And was it unusual for the solicitor to respond to a scene that quickly after an incident in your experience?
No, sir, not at all. Again, we, as a staff involved with the prosecution team, we had always traveled to a crime scene if we could go to a courtroom.
These guys
Just so
are
it's
always
clear,
going
I don't
in when
know
they
if you
can
said
go
it,
in.
yeah, but who is the solicitor of the 14th Circuit?
Got to justify the government's pension somehow.
Yep.
That's right.
I go through the Deputy Solicitor Sean Thornton, but
Who'd be the ultimate boss?
the ultimate boss is Solicitor Stone.
All right. And once you got to the scene, what did you do?
Once we arrived on scene, we met with Captain Ryan Neal, kind of all in a group. Captain Neal then walked around the scene and kind of noted different points of view, different pieces of the crime scene had already been relinquished at that point by the crime scene agents. There was no crime scene tape up. It was wide open. There are multiple members of the law firm there, other SLED agents as well. We had all kind of walked around the scene, around the barn, around the kennels, identified the points of interest of where each of the bodies were with Paul and Maggie, and then kind of circulated around the property and got a better visual of what all actually occurred.
And while you're there, did you bring any equipment with you to help aid in the investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you bring?
Our 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office drone.
Okay. I'm gonna show you some pictures.
They got the drone.
Let's see, they are marked.
The T2000.
It's, 242,
Interesting.
241, 240, 239, 237. Get these papers apart. 238. Do you recognize those pictures, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, what are those pictures?
This is drone imagery of the scene right around the kennels and the general vicinity around the kennels.
And that was from a drone you operated?
Yes, sir, it is.
And about what time do you recall that you took those pictures and what day?
It was on June 8th of 2021 between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Take those back from me. Look at them here. It's not a statement Murdaugh for the exhibits 242, 241, 240, 237, 238, and 239.
They're admitted without objection.
I'll need the Elmo, please. Okay, can you see this picture on your screen, Investigator Hightower?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, and what is this image of?
So this is closest.
This guy
kinda
does
in
look like the
direction
Smashing
of the
Pumpkins
house,
lead.
looking back.
Was it
towards
Billy Corgan?
the hangar area, as well as
Oh, hang on, is it?
my vehicle is right dead center in the picture, and then other SLED agents' vehicles were over on the left.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask you to step down real quick to point out a couple things, if you don't mind. All right, and you might have to step over this.
Yeah, Billy Corgan. Yeah.
From what you were told when you were on scene, approximately where Paul Murdaugh's body was found on that picture.
I mean, that checks out, right?
Yeah.
Paul's body was right here near the dog kennels.
Okay, and where was Maggie's body?
She would have been right under this area over here, just on the corner around the edge.
And you testified by the time you got to the scene, the slate crime team cleared it and it departed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say, you can take a seat again. When you say that the crime team had cleared, what does that mean to you?
It was no longer an active crime scene. Once the crime scene tape is removed, it's no longer active.
So other individuals could walk and view the crime scene at that point?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and that was Exhibit 240. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 241. And that's the same general area, a little bit closer on where Maggie and Paul's body was, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and now I'm going to show 242. All right, and that's a little bit lower angle, looking at the same area where Maggie and Paul's body were, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 239. Okay, what is this? What is this angle? What is it looking at? And in fact, if you want to step down again and point to the jury, what that glare is pretty bad. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so at the top of this picture, in kind of the center, what is that?
So this here is the residence of 4147 Moselle Road. That's the actual residence. This is the field between the residence and the kennels. Again, the kennels, the edge of the kennels is right there. You can see the top of the hangar there as well. So this is a direction looking directly over the hangar, pointing directly back towards the residence.
And I'm gonna actually sit down a second, but I want to call your attention to this line of trees right here. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
This picture, you can take a seat. This picture is taken in when?
These were taken on the afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
And we see some pine trees kind of running diagonally between the kennels and the house, correct?
Yes, sir, you do.
And you were out there at the scene personally, correct?
I was.
And from the best of your recollection, can you remember the approximate height of most of these trees at that time?
I would approximate probably 6, 7, maybe 8 feet on certain ones. But you did get a clear channel, a clear view back towards the residence.
Okay. And you've been out there more recently, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
And did you notice any differences with those trees, at least present day compared to June of 2021?
Yes, sir. It's much more overgrown than what it looks like in that picture.
Have those trees grown higher?
Much higher, yes, sir.
Very good meme from locals.
I'm going to show you, this is going to be Exhibit 238.
He definitely looks like a Fed, by the way.
This is approximately the same age.
Oh yeah, he's definitely the guy that you'd expect to be rocking up, but he's not one of the able to pull his gun.
Actually, see the
Feds. He's one of the pencil pushers.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 237. All right, and what angle is this in relation to the others?
So the idea behind this was to identify both driveways accessing the residence as well as accessing the barn area. So this is further back, kind of closest to the field area, looking back towards the hangar, the dog kennels, and the 2 driveways that you could travel or arrive onto the property.
And this gives a good angle of those trees we were just discussing to show
Secret Service wannabe.
how close to those trees.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
He didn't blow the right people.
Okay. Let's step back a little bit chronologically, a little earlier in the day of June 8th, 2021 for you. While you're at the scene, did Maggie's cell phone come up in conversation?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Describe the context. How did it come up, and who was there when it came up?
I was during the general overview of the scene. We started asking questions about pieces of physical evidence that might have been identified. I learned at that time that Paul's phone was found on him, and Maggie's phone was not located.
Petty power of requesting all your tax records.
So therefore, I explored other options to identify where her phone may be.
And you testify a lot. You've got pretty extensive training and experience dealing with cell phones, correct?
Yes, sir. Every case, I would say 95% of all of our cases we put in a courtroom involve all forms of digital forensics, cell phone extractions, cell phone records, things of that nature. It's a part of our everyday life.
So with that background, when you learned Maggie's phone was missing, what did you have any ideas? What
Our close-knit family, I figured one of the family members might have had her direct location on Find My iPhone, knowing that they all utilized iPhones.
And did you communicate that idea to anybody?
Yes, sir, I did. I spoke with John Marvin Murdaugh on scene.
All right. And what did he do in reaction to your suggestion?
He believed that one of the family members did have access to Maggie Murdaugh's phone location via Find My iPhone. He left for a few minutes, short minutes, and came back to me with a cell phone believed to be Buster Murdaugh's phone.
You're not 100% positive whose phone?
Not
it was?
100% positive.
All right. And what did you do once this phone was handed to you by John Marvin?
I took possession of the phone, obviously looked at the virtual map, walked in the direction of where I believed it to be to see if it might be in the general vicinity of where we were around the dog kennels. As I walked probably 30, 40 yards, I realized I was much further away than I originally anticipated. So I then went back to my vehicle. I got in with John Marvin. I had possession of the phone the entire time. Two of our other investigators, Solicitor Jojo Woodward and Investigator Donnie Hutto, rode with me back towards the general area of where the device was showing.
Okay. And so you had this family phone the entire time, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you were tracking to where Maggie's phone exactly was.
I was driving and looking down at the phone, making sure I was going in the proper direction.
Approximately how far did you drive?
About a half a mile from the entrance to the barns, the driveway to the barns.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 227. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that?
That's an overview from Google Maps that shows both the residence as well as the general location of where I ultimately located Maggie Murdaugh's phone along the edge of Moselle Road.
And you prepared that?
So not on the property.
Yes, sir.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going at this pace, they're looking at a 2-month long trial.
All right. And state moves 227 to evidence.
He does look a little bit like a white pit bull. I will give you that.
Can you see
Yeah,
that
I can say that.
screen? Investigator Hightower?
Yes, sir, I can.
We're going to ask you to step down one more time.
You might call him Fed Bull,
Fed bull.
except for he's the Fed cuck, not the Fed
On
Bull.
this overview, can you point out where the residence is for 4147 years old?
The residence is here. You can see the driveway here as well. And then the kennels are up here.
Okay. And there's a marker on there, correct, that says general location of phone?
Yes, sir, that'd be right here.
And that's where you found Maggie Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yeah, so I was walking, when I was trying to get a better idea of where the phone actually was, I was walking up and down the driveway here to the kennels, obviously looking down at the phone, trying to identify the general location. Once I started to realize the phone was much further away, that's when I jumped into my vehicle. I turned and went southeast of the residence area. Once I got to this specific area where the field kind of opened up, I started getting closer and closer to the blue dot that you would see on Find My iPhone. Once I got closer and closer, we all got out on foot and walked the property to identify where that phone was.
Okay. and you can take a seat.
See, John, look, it's a good point, but I don't know that it would prove anything. I mean, I pick my wife's phone up all the time. My fingerprints are going to be just as likely to be on there as hers.
Fingerprints are not going to prove anything. I mean, shit. I'm probably, my fingerprints are probably present in some criminal sites, if that's the case. I'll just say it that way.
235, 234, 233, 232, 231, 230, 229, and 228. Do you recognize any of those?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what are those?
These are photographs that I took of Maggie Murdaugh's phone as it was laying in the brush area or lead area closer to Moselle Road, about 15, 20 feet away from Moselle Road.
And did you ever personally pick up Maggie's phone?
I never touched the phone. Once I identified the location of where the phone was, I contacted Captain Ryan Neal with South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. He sent a team with Special Agent Katie McAllister and Special Agent Jeff Croft to take possession of the device.
You took these pictures. Maggie's phone had not been touched,
It
correct?
has not been touched. No,
All
sir.
right. At this time, state's going to move exhibits 236, 235, 233, 231, 228, 227, 230, 232, and 234 into evidence.
You're admitted without objection.
Okay, I'm going to show you first exhibit 230. All right, and in the center of this, I see two orange flags. Do you see those?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are those orange flags?
So once I located the device, I found some standard landscape flags laying around. I then obtained those, walked over towards where the phone actually was, put one towards the phone and one kind of where you could see from the roadway as the SLED agents were responding to collect it.
So where was Maggie's phone in relation to these two orange flags again?
So it'd be the furthest one away. This is just a point of view from the street looking back towards where the phone was.
Okay. And we see, looks like pavement in the foreground. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is Moselle Road.
And so that represents the edge of the road, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And just so it's clear, is this the north side of the road or south side of the road?
This would be,
Well, let's go back to the map. Let's go back to exhibit 227. So this is this represent north south is up and down on this map you prepared?
yes, sir, it does.
Okay. All right. So is the phone found on the right side of Moselle Road on this picture or the left side?
It would be on the right side there from this angle.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit 234. And do you recognize what's in
By the way, we are still majority
Yes, sir.
not guilty, but it is creeping up over time. You guys are creeping up on the guilty scale.
That is the Apple iPhone that actually had a camouflage case with an orange tint to it. And there was standing water on top of the screen.
And I see a little black area if you look up and left of the phone in the center of the picture there. Do you know what that was, or was that anything significant?
I don't believe it was anything significant. From what I recall, it might have been a bottle or something of that nature.
Okay. I'm going to show now Exhibit 231. Okay, and I believe in the center of this picture, towards the bottom, what is that?
That is the cell phone identified as Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And we see a orange flag just a little bit in front of it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is that the orange flag you placed?
It is.
All right. And then in the distance, I see a line, a white line. It doesn't show very clear on the Elmo. But what is that? And I can bring the picture to you if you need.
Well, I could explain what this picture is of, looking back towards, because based off the glare, I can't even see the roadway.
Right. I'll show you. Okay. What? On this far line here, what is that?
This back here?
In front of that.
Okay, this is 40. This is Moselle Road here. This is just on the opposite side of the cell phone, looking back towards
I'm
the
muted.
field
Shout out
area.
to Max Muir on the
trees
chat.
for line of reference to identify where. It's actually.
Hey, Max.
All right. And can you approximate the distance from the road that you found this phone?
I did not step it off or measure it, but I would say between 15 and 20 feet.
Okay. Okay. I'll show you exhibit. Excuse me. Some water. All right. We are looking at exhibit 228. All right. Describe what's in this picture, please.
That is just a more close-up picture of the Apple iPhone recovered from the leaves.
And do I see something on the screen of that phone?
Yes, sir. It's standing water, believed to be from the moisture from the night before.
That screen, is that
Moist.
facing up or facing down?
Screen is facing up.
All right, I'll show you exhibit 235. All right. And what's in this picture?
It's just the opposite angle on the other side of the phone, more of a close-up of the iPhone.
You can see those water droplets on the phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I see some sort of line on top of the phone. Can you tell what that is?
Appears to be some sort of plant. Or
Okay. And finally, 236. What is in this picture?
again, more of a close-up from the top of the phone looking down.
Okay. All right, and this is exhibit 233. All right, what is in the, describe this picture.
So the reason behind this is to obviously identify the location of where the device was. I had walked out to Moselle Road, gotten to the center of the roadway and taken a picture of the trees in the field directly on the opposite side of the road of where the phone was found.
Okay. All right, and this is exhibit 232. Describe this picture, please.
This is me standing in the same location as the previous picture. This is me just turning right towards the residence to show the pitch in the road as well as the start or the break of the field off to the left.
So you're standing basically across the road from where Maggie's phone was found, correct?
That is correct. It'll be directly to my right in this picture.
And facing down that road, what's that way?
That's back towards the residence and the kennels.
And whose vehicle? Do you recall whose vehicle is in that picture?
That was Captain Ryan Niels.
Okay, finally, exhibit 229. All right, and what's this picture?
That is a close-up of the back of the picture, or back of the iPhone. That's Special Agent Katie McAllister that has possession of it. At that point in time, we had put it in airplane mode and sealed it into a evidence bag.
Now, you did not physically pick the phone up, correct?
I never once touched the phone, yes, sir.
You observed it being picked up, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And, all right, and did you have any further to do with Maggie's phone after it was collected?
I was provided the extraction once that was completed.
Okay.
But yes, nothing further with the actual device.
Okay. That was from Lieutenant Dove.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. let's go forward to the day of June 10th, which was 2 days after you found Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. And did you have reason to respond back out to Moselle on that day?
It was not Moselle, but I believe it was John Marvin's hunting property.
Okay. All right. You responded to John Marvin's hunting property. And why did you go there on that day, June 10th?
I was requested to extract cellular phones from Alec Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh, while they're all being questioned by SLED agents.
All right. To your knowledge, did all those individuals provide consent for that
Yes, sir, they
search?
did, as well as their passcodes.
Okay. All right. So how many phones did you download again? I'm sorry.
During that time frame, I had extracted 3 total phones. There towards the end, once the interviews were being concluded, a phone call was made to multiple family members explaining Randolph's condition, and they all had to leave and go back into Alameda.
Okay.
I was only able to extract 3 phones at that time.
And whose phones were that?
It would have been
Three?
Alex, Randy's, and Buster Murdaugh's phone.
All right. And just generally speaking, why did you download? Why were you needed to download his phones on that day? What was the purpose?
I was tasked by multiple SLED agents to assist them while they were conducting all their interviews to extract the contents of the phone to see if there might be any evidence of the murders in any of their phones.
And was it unusual for SLED in this area to request your assistance with some cell phone evidence?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. All right. So you downloaded those 3 phones. This jury has heard testimony about different types of extractions. What type of extractions did you do on June 10th with, let's focus on Alex's phone. What type of extraction did you do?
The initial extraction was an advanced logical that I had done there on scene at the hunting property.
How long do you recall approximately that logical extraction took?
Advanced logical was basically just a surface area of the phone, identifying the call logs, incoming and outgoing phone calls, text messages, any emails, general location information. You won't always get a whole lot of location information, but ideally to get a pretty good idea as to what's happening on that phone during that time frame.
And just time-wise, I know every phone's different, but do you recall approximately how long it took to download Alex's phone?
I would say between 30 minutes and an hour. None of the phones took any longer than an hour to conduct an advanced logical. Full file system takes much longer.
So between the 3 phones you successfully downloaded today, it took you between, in total, an hour and a half to 3 hours approximately, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This jury's heard about full file system and physical extractions before. You have that capability, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. But you did not perform that on those 3 phones on June 10th, correct?
That is correct.
And just again, generally speaking, knowing every phone's different, how much longer does a physical extraction take than a logical extraction?
It depends on the size of the phone. Obviously, phones these days are getting much larger. Depending on the size of those phones, depending on how long a full file system extraction would actually take. It could be hours, it could be days. It just kind of depends.
Okay. And did you feel like you had hours and hours and days to download those phones?
No, sir, I did not.
Because what did you do after you were done extracting them?
I supplied each of their phones back to them, obviously because of the issues dealing with Mr. Randolph at that time.
And you felt some pressure because of the health issues of Mr. Randolph to return their phones to him so they could take care of family business?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. All right. And so you said a minute ago, so all you removed from these phones was that surface layer of information, correct? Is that what you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that surface information includes text and call logs, pictures.
I don't know if surface information is the right
Yes,
way
sir,
to say it.
And you said
Okay.
sometimes you get some location data, but not always, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, in relation to Alex's phone, was there a concern about his status as an attorney on that?
Yes, sir, there was.
And that phone could potentially contain privileged information, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. So you did the raw download, logical download, and did you initially look at anything on Alex's phone on June 10th?
I did not. I was, once the extraction was completed, I obtained the UFDX file, which is the raw file for a Celebrite file. I then transferred that electronically over to Sergeant Paul McManigal with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, who also serves in the United States Secret Service Task Force, the Cyber Crime Task Force. I also did that with Randy Murdaugh's phone as well. So I sent him 2 of the UFDX raw files from Celebrite for him to dump into what's called physical analyzer to extract the data. At that time, a Tane attorney was assigned from the Ninth Circuit
Tane
Solicitor's
attorney.
Office.
I always love Tane
She had
attorneys.
met with Sergeant McManigal.
They go straight for the
and
Tane.
gone over all of the attorney-client privilege information, and I was provided a working copy of Alec Murdaugh's phone from Paul McManigal a few days after that.
Okay. But just so it's clear, you said she was from the Ninth Circuit?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that's a totally separate office from your circuit, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Once you received this redacted logical phone extraction from Sergeant McManigal, what did you do next?
I opened it in what's called Celebrite Reader, which is an executable file that allows you to go in and view the contents of the phone. It's essentially a dashboard that allows you to maneuver around the device itself in a more readable format and identify incoming, outgoing calls, read text messages, any type of emails, photographs, videos, or anything that might be in that person's camera roll.
And in the course of your assistance to this investigation, did you acquire any other records to assist you in looking through these phones?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you acquire?
I was supplied with all of the call detail records from Verizon for all of the parties that we had obtained information on or obtained a search warrant on to identify ideally location information. What I like to do in my cases, if we have a phone extraction as well as phone records, I like to compare the two and identify any discrepancies or any issues that might occur. But the call detail records allow you to obtain location information if you don't get it from the Celebrite extraction.
Okay. And so you obtained via search warrant or assisted obtaining via search warrant cell records for Mr. Alex Murdaugh and some other individuals, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And those records have been entered into evidence as 268, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. And you said, you just testified that you took those cell phone records, which, to remind the jury, that's information that's stored by who?
By Verizon, in this case, Verizon, but yes.
By the cell company, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you compared it to the information you found on these phones, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And specifically, with Alex's phone, what did you discover when you're comparing these phone records to the phone itself, the call log?
Once I started, I essentially built a digital timeline of all forms of digital evidence that we had during that time frame, and it was kind of a working copy. During that time frame, I compared the call logs from the extraction or from the actual device to the phone logs that I saw in the call detail records provided from Verizon. On the date in question on June 7th, I only saw 2 FaceTime calls on the phone extraction, and I saw a series of around 73 phone calls on the Verizon call detail record.
Okay. And what did that tell you when you saw that missing information?
It could be a multitude of things. They were either removed by the user or the one responsible for using the device. It could have overlapped from the call log history. It could have been a series of things, but I just wanted to make sure that I identified the phone numbers that were in communication during that time frame and the lack of that information on the actual phone.
You just said it could have overlapped in that. What does that mean?
Over time, your call log obviously gets historically just kind of removes itself from the call log history on your actual device. It's nearly impossible, actually, I know of no way to delete any phone calls that you might have made that had processed through the network, or in this case, Verizon.
So there's no way for a user to delete records from Verizon, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
But, you know, in your investigation of his phone, of Alex's phone, I mean, is that what happened? Did his call log just simply overlap? Were you able to determine that?
I was not able to determine it because it was an advanced logical, so I wasn't able to recover any deleted items during that time frame.
So you didn't recover any deleted artifacts of the phone call?
That is correct. No, sir, I did
When I
not.
say deleted artifacts, what does that mean?
Anything that was manually deleted from the device itself.
All right. And there's sometimes a trace left in memory when something is deleted, correct?
It's a very
Yes,
good
sir,
one.
that is
But a
correct.
logical extraction is not going to find that, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. But in your review of the call logs, did you discover whether sometime prior to the June 7th, that there were still calls in those logs?
Yes, sir, there was.
All right. And so is this a case where simply the calls just simply overlapped and the oldest went out as the new calls were made?
It's possible.
Well, if there's a gap, you just testified there were phone calls.
Your Honor, we.
That's a rare objection from Dick Poon.
Did you just testify that there were phone calls from prior to June 7th still remaining on that phone?
FaceTime calls, yes, sir.
Okay.
On the call log on the phone extraction. The report that I was provided, because it's a working copy, was from June 1st to June 10th.
Okay. All right. But there were FaceTime calls prior to that, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And when a user accesses just the phone itself and they look at a call log, will that display both calls made over Verizon? It will display calls made over the Verizon network, the call log?
Yes, sir.
It will-
Anything that connected to the network.
All right. And will it display FaceTime calls as well?
It would, yes, sir.
And you found FaceTime calls from prior to June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And, but as far as you can tell, as far as calls themselves, when did you start seeing call records start?
Right around the morning, late morning, early afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And is there, other than this overlapping situation, is there any other way that you're aware of that could have removed that gap in phone call logs?
If the user went in and manually removed it themselves.
But there's no other automatic process other than what we've already discussed.
No, sir.
And did you discuss with Sergeant McManigal whether his process in redacting certain things, did that process remove any call logs from that download?
Yes, sir. I did review with Sergeant McManigal, and obviously we had discussed the results that were provided to me, and we both agreed on the same opinion.
And
Because we're both
Sergeant
fans.
McManigal did not remove those records.
And his boyfriend knows my boyfriend.
For this witness.
Oh wow. Okay. I thought
Yes,
they were
sir.
gonna go with Professor Egghead here for or Sergeant Egghead here for half the day.
Understand.
We got some
you-
Poon, some Dick Poon.
Sort of an alien concept to me. Swister's office going to murder scenes. You go to a bunch of murder scenes?
Yes, sir. Among my other duties, I am involved with ATF. I'm a task force officer with the ATF.
There it is. The three-letter agency.
Yeah.
Charleston.
We all knew he was a
So I
fucking
did some
fed.
proactive
It was
roles
so
there,
obvious
as
this
well
guy
as
was
reactive
fed
roles in investigating
from the
crimes. That will ultimately be my case anyways and come into a court.
If they arrest them.
fucking fed.
If they arrest somebody, in some cases, and when no arrests are made, yes, sir.
And they're what?
In some cases, when no arrests are made, I would still arrive or respond to the crime scene.
And you took Swister Duffy Stone with you, the chief prosecutor for the circuit, right?
We rode in separate vehicles, but yes, he was along with me. Yes.
And I think I saw somewhere in the evidence, he actually took photographs that morning, did he not?
Yes, sir.
I think this is the most I've ever heard the word solicitor used in an American court.
Go around
It's
doing
very
evidence.
rare. It's
Not at
only
all.
used because that's the title
the way
they give
his
their,
mind works,
their
he
state
goes in and he thinks of every
agency
idea possible
in
of what could possibly be an issue later on down the road.
Southern
If he
South
prosecutes
Carolina.
a case,
We don't call
he
them that in
makes
Florida.
sure that's all documented in his own book.
Yeah, no. Okay. Thought it was strange.
There's a lot of regional differences with states here that
Does he
are
introduce it?
not as
Authenticate it?
uniform as
Take
other
a
countries.
stand, authenticate it, and then come back down, or he ask himself questions? How's
No,
that
sir,
work?
he does not.
Let me move on to something a little more.
but there are a
South
lot of-
Carolina's fancy.
No, well, there were a lot of
went to
loyalists
a
in
briefing
South
that
Carolina.
morning,
They
you
were
said.
they were one of the
Got
states
it.
that was kind of like, do we really have
Yes,
to
sir, I
leave
did.
Britain?
It's like
Who-
low country.
Really?
Who was the briefing by?
There were probably 30, 40 plus investigators, officers, but multiple.
All right, I've turned it down.
Colleton County Sheriff's Office, a few Walterboro Police Department, I believe, and a few from my office.
I guess when I think of a briefing, I think of someone
Here, let me,
standing in front of the room and saying, here's what we got. Was there one person speaking?
There were multiple people speaking, but that was the whole idea, was to get a better grasp as to what had occurred the night before.
But I guess, so who spoke?
Multiple agents, multiple responding officers from the sheriff's office, I don't recall exactly who spoke.
How long did the briefing take?
Approximately 45 minutes, if I had to guess.
And you have no specific memory of any specific person saying any specific thing.
There were multiple people speaking, going over the.
So the answer is no.
I do not recall exact people's names.
Do
Exactly
not
what we
recall
said.
means
I
no.
recall
Just say
only
it,
one
Fed.
person that spoke.
I know Captain Ryan Neal spoke.
Okay.
Special Agent David Owen spoke. I believe Captain Jason Chapman with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office spoke. There was a multitude of people talking about different things that they had seen the night before or the morning of.
Had they indicated to you, any one of those people, that they had a suspect, that they were focused on any particular person?
No, sir.
Did they have an explanation for anything? I mean, at that point, was there some theory about what happened?
At that point in time, we were trying to identify all the physical pieces of evidence as well as obtain and preserve all digital pieces of evidence to make sure we had a strong enough case moving
Were
forward.
you aware that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department had issued a statement to the public saying there's nothing to be afraid of? People, this is not something that you should view as a threat.
No, sir. I'm not aware of that media release.
You did not hear anything like that morning. Well, let me ask you this. If you had an active shooter at large, would police take any proactive steps? Would they put up roadblocks, or would they put out a statement? Look, we've got 2 people brutally murdered, and we don't know who did it, so keep your doors locked. Be careful about if you see somebody in the woods or walking along the road. I mean, you see these, unfortunately, much too often these days, but did you?
Your Honor, object. Ms. Harpilly seems to be testifying. Are we getting to a question?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
question, did
you guys do that all the
you're
time.
Not you.
Fucking prosecutor.
Did you see
That's
evidence
some
of
bullshit from you
Or
guys.
hear any evidence of that morning?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. Not that I recall means,
I don't remember. I wasn't focused on what was on the media.
okay, but did you see any roadblocks?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody searching fields or the woods around the place?
There were multiple tasks that were provided to each investigator during the briefing, and multiple people went out and did their own thing of whatever they were tasked with.
Do you remember what those tasks were?
Following up with potential witnesses.
Right, but I'm talking about, did you see anybody going through the woods armed looking for a person or persons?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, you didn't see any roadblocks, you didn't see any active search for a suspect in the sense of somebody was armed, well, they knew at that point there were spent shotgun shells and spent blackout casings, right? You've heard that?
Yes, sir.
So somebody, either 2 people or 1 person with 2 guns, was at large at that point as far as y'all were concerned.
Yes, sir. I mean, ideally.
Okay. Did any of those agents indicate during your briefing that they felt that there was somebody at large that posed a danger to the community? Did you hear any of that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So, so when you got there the next morning, there were no bodies, there was no physical evidence there. It was after all that had been removed.
All the bodies have been removed. All of the trash from the crime scene agents were stacked up. You could see some blood stains in the ground, and as well as some body matter over towards the dog kennels.
And I'm not going to belabor this and put these pictures up, but you had a drone up, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ever go up to the residence?
I did not go all the way to the residence. No, sir.
Okay, and I don't see any pictures taken from the kennels that you took or under your direction up towards the residence. Are there any?
From the kennels looking back towards the residence?
I mean, but looking from the murder scene back up towards the residence.
Yes, sir, I did take those photographs.
That was during the day, not the night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so you don't know what somebody from the house could see at night looking down towards the kennel?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was clear that you weren't testifying somebody up at the house at night would have an unobstructed view of where the bodies were found or the front of the kennels. You're not testifying to that, are you?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the phone. I thought I had the exhibit number of the phone down. You don't know it off the top of your head, do you? Anybody? What? Oh, up there. It's I think it's 204, which I would find in that box. While he's looking for that, if you continue to look for that, I appreciate it. Let me ask you some questions. You indicated the distance from the shoulder to the road, shoulder of the road to the phone was about 15 to 20 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you took a number. Did you take those pictures of the phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was there any other person there taking pictures other than you?
I was the only one with a camera, so I took the photographs.
Okay. And were you there the entire time until the phone was removed?
Yes, sir, I was. I stayed right next to the phone until Special Agent Jeff Croft and Special Agent Katie McAllister.
You guys heard
arrived
it.
on scene.
Jeff, Legal Vices, was there on scene. Fed
You
confirmed.
got some explaining to do.
Okay. And during that period of time, did any sort of forensic team come up and measure how far the phone was from the shoulder of the road?
No, sir, they did not.
Did anyone attempt to come up with a specific location for that phone in terms of measurements, a forensic assessment of where that phone was?
No, sir.
And what are those exhibits that were just introduced? So, for the record, it states exhibit number 204. That looks like the case and the phone are separated.
He blamed it on Steve.
I mean, okay, I will say about the judge, my thoughts so far. I thought the judge was neutral to begin with, and he is pretty chill in his demeanor, but he's increasingly ruling in favor of the prosecution.
So this
Yes.
is the actual phone, is that correct?
Based off
Thank
of
God
this case,
Dick opened that envelope and not the Fed.
I remember seeing a camo and an orange.
Would have been here for another 20 minutes.
Somebody's written on this, that's not you.
No, sir, it's
Because you
not.
never touched the phone.
I did not, no, sir.
All right. And this is a SIM card. What is a SIM card?
It's stored within the device. It's a secondary form of storage for a cellular device.
And so if you, anything you do on the device is stored on the SIM card?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
What's stored on here?
It depends on the network, depending on the provider that you utilize. Different providers offer different resources through your SIM card. But
Did you
I have never known a SIM card to hold anything other than your number and your contacts occasionally.
Right.
You did a download, but you didn't examine.
not on Maggie's.
Oh, you didn't do Maggie's phone.
That's
stand
correct, yes,
corrected.
Well, it obviously
Okay, but somebody can look at the
automatically
SIM card
saves
and
any
get
dick
perhaps
pics, like automatically.
Information that's not on the phone.
Oh, yeah, straight to your SIM card, of course.
Yeah, straight to the SIM card. Yeah.
Now, what I'm going to try to figure out by looking at these pictures while I hold this, I'll bring this phone back in just a minute. Is
Yeah, Wayne, they've mistaken it for an SD card.
I want to. Is it still on?
It's always like unknown whether Poon is playing a boomer or whether he is like doing this intentionally. Because sometimes I think he ups the boomer for theatrics.
So that is exhibit number, sorry. 228. How about I push that again? And that's what you saw when you came on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
And I think we see, and I think he pointed it out a little while ago, there's pieces of straw and other things around it, right?
Yes, sir.
So you would agree with me, if someone had carefully walked over and placed this phone, there wouldn't be anything above it, because everything that straw would be under it, correct?
It's possible, yes, sir.
And in addition to that, did anybody forensically check the area around it to see if there were footprints?
No, sir. I mean, it was heavily treed, heavily wooded, a lot of leaves. So you could not
Tape
see.
the mic to his head. That'd be hilarious.
A lot of leaves.
Yes, sir.
And so is this sitting, I mean, when it's sitting there with the straw.
He needs a
is it
lapel. They need to
flat
give
on
Dick
the
a
ground,
lapel for sure.
tilted? Is it,
Yeah.
what do you remember? Or if you don't?
There was a slight tilt, probably centimeters, nothing major, nothing.
Well, I think you can actually set up certain games to be played in chat, but I think you got to do it through like Streamlabs or OBS or some shit like that.
Strike that. Okay, let's look at. Make sure I get the right one. Let's put this one on there. Okay, so again, that's another picture taken by you of the same phone in the same location, correct?
Yes, sir, it
And
is.
it's heavily wooded in that area, correct?
Right on the edge, yes, sir.
And it's almost a thicket where you found this, right? There's bushes around it,
No bushes. There were a lot of trees
a lot of trees and underbrush.
and underbrush, yes, sir.
Okay. So nobody actually took measurements of where this was found. No one actually measured from the road, nor did they measure. I mean, there's no way to figure out exactly if you had to go back today and find.
Oh, we see Buster.
The exact spot.
Within a couple
Oh,
of feet,
there he is.
we could, based
Yeah.
off the angles of photographs that were originally taken.
I don't see James, and I do not see Chanley.
Give us the exact spot.
Wait, no, this is Chanley right
I
there,
couldn't give you an exact.
behind the
step for
logo,
step
but she's right there.
From the actual device to where Moselle Road was.
Okay, this is exhibit.
I got a hint of those glasses, and as soon as I get those glasses, I know my girl.
And that's a vehicle on the same side of the road as where the phone was found. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so that car window that we see in this photo, the driver's side.
Poon is easily
The
distracted.
driver's side window would be 15 to 20 feet from where that phone was.
I'm unsure if that was distraction or if that was just courtesy because it sounded like one of the jurors dropped something.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you add so.
It's like something
28
broke over here. Like, what is
25 to
this?
30 feet? Fair,
That would be fair, yes, sir.
but nobody measured it, so we don't.
No one measured it, no, sir.
Okay. And so if that car was going towards Almeida.
I'd love for one of the jurors just to pop their hands through and just go,
be on
like,
the-
just on the camera and just go, hi! Just off to the side.
Be on the right. Here it's improperly parked, correct?
Sure.
I mean, the driver's window is, I mean, if there's a car coming the other way, they'd head on, would they not?
That is, yes.
Okay, that's the point.
You would be operating the vehicle on the right
I'm
side.
gonna
of
increase the
road,
volume
or
a little
left.
bit here because they're a
Okay,
little low.
So if someone were driving towards Almeida on this road and they wanted to get rid of that phone.
Is that a little better, guys, with the volume?
They would.
Poon is a little low to me.
Either have to throw it 40 feet out the driver's side window or pull over as this car has and throw it out, correct?
It's a series of things that could have happened, the reasons why that phone got there, but it's possible.
Well, it's just assume with me for a second that they want to get rid of that phone by throwing it out the window. They could either throw it from their lane of traffic if they're going towards Almeida, or they can pull over like that and throw it out. It'd be easier, when I say easier, it'd be a much tougher toss that far in from if they never left their lane of traffic, correct?
Guess it depends on who's throwing it.
Oh, don't be a dick.
A multitude
Me,
of things.
me, it'd be me, and I don't throw very well.
Well, I do, so I could 100%.
Oh,
throw it.
shit. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Fad
we didn't
ch-
have to change lanes,
Fad
just throw it
chat.
out the window.
Yes, sir, 100%.
Fed Chad
You
over
would,
here.
Throw it
What a
overhead,
dick.
I'd throw it sideways, flick it.
sideways, okay.
I'm sure he tosses and he catches as well.
Okay. So there's no way to tell, we don't know if somebody threw it out. I mean, out of the driver's side window. Are you throwing it with your left hand
Oh, damn it, I did it again.
or right hand out the driver's side window? I mean, you said you could toss it pretty
I
far.
would throw it with my left hand from the driver's side and could easily land it to where it actually was found and located in the woods.
Well, go on then, big boy. Get out there, get it on video and prove that.
You
Yeah.
still throw it with your left hand with that much power.
Yes, sir, 100%.
Okay. Now let me ask you.
I don't know
this.
why
When
he
you
brought
found
that
it,
up and then let's kind of let it go.
No.
or if somebody with you wanted to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir, I wanted to be placed in airplane mode to preserve its contents.
Because in airplane mode, less chance of any data being overridden, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, that doesn't prevent all data from being overridden, but most data, correct?
A lot, 99%, I would say.
No, that's not true. You can turn on the Wi-Fi, motherfucker.
Does it prevent GPS data from being overridden?
From another device,
No. I mean, just.
internally, just
Yes.
automatically deleting
Internally?
itself?
Yes.
I've never seen that happen.
Okay. But you don't know whether it's going to happen or not.
He's not an
Presumably, no.
He's not
So
an
you
expert
need
in
to
this,
put
is
an
he?
airplane mode
Has he
on
been
anything.
qualified as an expert?
Right?
Any
No, I don't believe so.
from another
Yeah,
device that
so
had
why
access
is
to its
he?
iCloud information.
He's
The
kind of
agents with
fucking the
you, I wanna
prosecution on
put it
this.
in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And to do that,
He flew it there with his drone.
open it. You need to pass
He
it.
is. This guy
Yes,
is
sir,
arrogant, and that's his downfall. He is arrogant.
Oh, hell yeah.
No, sir.
You can put it on airplane mode without
Yes, sir.
opening it.
You just-
Well, but what did you need the passcode for? Because somebody called and got the passcode.
We did not get the passcode at that point in time. No one knew we had located the phone, so there's no reason to ask for a passcode if we didn't have it.
You can tell he hates defense attorneys. too.
Later on, we received the passcode
Yeah.
at that point.
Which is scary because this is the guy that's supposed to be investigating attorneys when shit goes wrong.
At the scene.
That's a nice little bias there that's active. That's fantastic.
Guys, we have some good footage of a good clip of him at work.
Told you that Alex Murdaugh provided Maggie's.
No, sir. no one-
They could go in that phone and eliminate delete text messages,
so
phone
good.
calls.
All right, what else I
Just
got
about
here?
any piece of data that's captured there, correct? Even apps, you can delete those, correct?
They could have, but once the full file system extraction was done by Lieutenant Britt Dove, we
No,
were,
you misunderstand my question. I'm sorry. If you had that.
Good job.
And obviously, Maggie Murdaugh had been murdered. Somebody threw it on the side of the road. And during that period of time after her murder, before it was thrown on the side of the road, if you had the passcode, right?
yes, sir.
Open it. Without the passcode, typically you can't open
That's
it.
a kid. Just a second, Munchkin.
Agree with me.
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. So if you had that passcode, you could open it, delete photos, delete phone messages,
Oh shit!
text, delete whatever you want, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's gotcha.
And when you found that phone, it was locked.
Yes, sir, it was.
And was there any evidence that you saw that anything had been deleted from that phone in any of your after your download extraction?
Again, I did not download or extract the contents of the device. The only thing that I saw was the home screen and made sure that the airplane mode was applied at that point, and then it was placed into an evidence bag. We never got past that lock screen or home screen that allows us to turn on airplane mode. Obviously, the device was on because we were able to locate it through my iPhone, and the battery level was significantly low.
Was significantly low.
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Let me get these two super chats. Eliza Crowhan, $10 thank you. Appreciate the thank you super sticker. And Nicholas Staro says off topic. Hightower has changed since Police Academy
Yes,
4.
We talked about the call logs.
Definitely not the
and
same
so
Hightower.
You downloaded
Not the
Alex's
same at all.
phone on June 10th, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thanks,
3
Nick.
days after the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Examination. I never mentioned Alex phone, not once.
Oh shit!
Response.
I'll see you on it. At some point, after you were involved in this investigation, you're informed by Solicitor Stone. You were informed by the Solicitor Stone to stop, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you recall approximately when Solicitor Stone.
Objection, Your Honor, again, not in response to a matter raised by me on cross.
Sustain the objection.
Yep, sustained. The prosecutor's trying to be slimy on this one. They keep doing this. They keep trying to bring in stuff, particularly on their redirects, that is either outside the scope or not permissible. They're very dirty on their redirects.
And Mr. Harpootlian asked about.
Because I know it's the last
the crime
word.
scene in its state when you got out there, correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
Did you notice any vandalism?
No, sir, not at all.
Did you notice, were you informed or did you notice anything missing?
It was missing.
Maybe the witness knows.
What the fuck?
Overruled.
I knew Maggie's phone was missing, and that's it.
Okay. Did you notice any vandalism or anything?
No, sir, no.
You already asked that question. Asked and answered.
All right. And
He's
when
really
it comes to
searching for
Maggie's
something.
phone, at least her model. Are you aware whether that can be placed in airplane mode without the unlock code being entered while the phone is locked?
You can place that phone in airplane mode while it's locked, yes.
Okay. So you don't need a code to just simply put it in airplane mode, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And did anybody manipulate anything, any data on that phone in your presence?
No, sir, not at all.
And then we have, potentially transitioning prosecutor here giving the tips.
Okay, that's perfect state.
You may step down.
Woof. Well, that was all we got from Fed Boy.
10-minute break, ladies and
don't know
gentlemen.
how that
Please
was
not
really
discuss the
useful.
case.
All right, we are on break. Short break. Don't think this is going to be a long break. But we'll talk about that so far. So far, that seemed like a little bit of additional evidence regarding the collection of Maggie's phone, regarding where the phone was. I don't think, once again, that any of that necessarily pointed back to Alex Murdaugh or some sort of act of Alex Murdaugh, or the fact whether he did that or not. It's removing itself from a culpability of Alex. And as we go down the line here, they're wasting time from when they had that high point, when they had that pressure point yesterday, that closing moment, those witnesses that said, hey, we put Alex at the scene. They're moving away from that sort of evidence again. If they really wanted to do all the boring law enforcement, Fed boy testimony, they should have done that either up front or at the end, but don't intersperse it with your good testimony, with your lay testimony. Have your tempo build, have your story build, your building of a motive, your building of a narrative. This is breaking the narrative. This is going in a direction which leads us nowhere. So I'm not sure. I'm to be honest, I'm really not sure where this one is going in terms of what they want to say on that. Not at all, really. Let's see. Oh yeah, people are sending me thanks for sending me info on Poon's law firm. It appears, I guess Poon's law firm is not that high rated. Seems like he's got very low ratings. Now I don't know whether this is because of this trial. So here's the thing about this: is sometimes the kind of the news and the media ends up shaping things like this. Like, people will come and kind of review bomb them. But out of these 18 reviews, 2.1 stars here. I mean, it's not good. It's not good. And thanks, Kitty, for looking this one up. Here you go. Well, there's only 2 reviews on Facebook, but a 1.0. Yeah, not enough, probably not enough to be reliable, but still. And also for defense attorneys, I will say one thing in defense of defense attorneys is typically they're not very happy. So yeah, typically they're not very happy with the results sometimes. If they don't get off, if they promise, oh, I want to get off, I want to be totally innocent, and they don't deliver that, they can, go ahead and review bomb them, submit a complaint to the bar, et cetera, et cetera. Looks like Poon's website hasn't changed since the 1990s. Let's look at this. Richard Putlian Law Firm. Let's look at his law firm website real quick. I think I've looked at this before, but his website seemed to be pretty similar. Let's look here. Dick Poon, experience, aggressive representation, a proven record of recovering multi-million-dollar verdicts and settlements. They got a settlement for $280 million, a $1.3 million settlement. Wow, personal injury, whistleblower. What type of stuff do? You do class actions, whistleblower, insurance, bad faith, business disputes, personal injury, wrongful death, and criminal defense. So this guy does fucking everything. This guy does everything. You think it's a few years ago? Let's see about the attorneys. Who are the attorneys at the Poon Law Firm? He's got there's Poon right here. He's the owner, and then he's got one associate, Philip Barber. Have we seen this guy in the courtroom? I don't think we've seen this this dude in the courtroom. Yeah, it looks like some form of ambulance chasing, of claims chasing. I'm sure that of these, insurance, bad faith, and personal injury are probably the ones that it gets the highest volume on. And we're still waiting for them to come back here. They're transitioning over to the coverage, to the ridiculous coverage.
Damn, what did I miss? Are they called
not much. We're just going over Poon's firm.
Okay.
So, how about his staff? Let's see how many staff he's got on his team here. He's got two paralegals. Okay, Heather and Holly. All right. They look very similar. Like one could be like the other's mom. Let's see. Let's talk about his results here. It looks like he probably paid for a very simple website. I mean, he doesn't have a big firm. A very simple website. The format's clean though. It's not crazy cluttered or anything. I don't like this kind of like white on white look. It's kind of hard to read. You got a bail release here, 2.15 million. I think it's an insurance company. All right. It's a hotel business and a fire. That's going to be big. Physician case against a hospital.
Okay.
Okay. So he's had some big wins here. Not all horrible stuff. Let's see what else we got. What other news do we have? Let's see if they put this in there. Oh, he's on a podcast. On the night of podcast. Do they mention anything about this case? Let's see. Did they mention anything about this case? I don't think so. Wait. Dick's daughter, was a contestant on So You Think You Can Dance. Interesting.
What was that other one about being profiled?
I don't
just go back down to the bottom where you were. On the left-hand side, there was something.
Hold on. Yeah. Profile. Oh, yeah. Profile's Kate. I think that's the daughter. Let's see. I think this is the daughter. He doesn't even know what a podcast means. Let's see.
Oh, it's just because I put it. Sorry, when it said state profiling, I'm like, what is she? Are they suing her and they're doing like a?
No, she's doing a performance at the Koger Center, not even the Kroger Center, just the Koger Center. He goes on MSNBC. What is this regarding the Democratic Party? I know that, by the way, a lot of Democrats call them a racist. I think that's probably an overstatement or a misstatement, but still. Let me mute. Let me mute you for a second. Okay, I'll bring it back. There you go. Sorry.
Yep.
No, don't want to dox you or anything. So yeah, I know he, I guess, has done a lot of political stuff. So he's been interviewed for that. All right, interesting to a certain extent. Did you gather anything from Fed Boy, Hayden?
Only that he's an arrogant prick, and there's not the kind of guy that I'd want investigating me if there was any sort of allegations.
That guy's a dude. He's a douche, like 100%. I love all the memes of this guy. I mean, absolutely some great memes of this guy. Let me pull some up here real quick. I mean, this one, obviously. But shit. We're still in the commercial break here. But I mean, there have been some classic ones over here on locals. My favorite, the one that wins for today is definitely this. Let me show this one. This is good. This is good. This is number one. I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah, because you definitely know that if he was going to wear a rug, it would look that bad as well with the shape of his head. So,
but actually, I think to be completely serious, I think that Dick Poon's cross was actually really weak. When you have a person who is arrogant, you need to walk them into a trap with that. They're overconfident. He's not an expert. So just hammer them on that. How many have you testified as an expert as to phones? How do you know this? Right? Just throw it out there. Get him on that. He had no background. Should not have been commenting on that. Talking about how far he can toss stuff. It was a little. I think he answered too confidently there. And that's because he has such an ego investment in his work. He has an ego investment in being right. That's why he's. I believe his Fed agency was the ATF, which is literally the shittiest of federal agencies, which should not exist in the first place and should be completely disbanded. Like if you're ATF, like that's the peak of depraved federal agents. So. Anyways, that being said, guys, make sure you're over here while we're taking a break here. Make sure you've got the like button smashed. Make sure you've got the notifications on. Whether you're on Rumble, Locals, or anywhere else, make sure you are hitting the like button. That helps us in the algorithm and helps people know they like this. And make sure you're going over here to Hayden's channel. I'm going to post this in the chat because we still need to get him. Let's at least get him to the 8.55K subs today. Let's notch him up a little bit. There's 300 of you in the chat. Some of you aren't subscribed to him. Go over here and subscribe. He's been hanging with us. He's been getting in big trouble for ignoring all of his responsibilities to do this. So make sure you just edge him up a little bit. Just help a brother out. Help a brother out. Give him a rude job. He'll appreciate it. He'll appreciate
Always.
it. So I really do hope though that we have at least one more witness that comes up today, and I really hope they bring a lay witness. That would be a good one to end on. If they end on a lay witness before they do the motion stuff, the in-camera stuff, they go with a lay witness. And by the way, I'm not entirely convinced. I'm not entirely convinced that the last part of today is going to be 100% televised, because if it's in chamber, if it's really in camera, if it's really private in the chambers, then it wouldn't be. But they may not. The judge may not intend it that way. Just may mean outside the presence of the jury.
Well, fingers crossed. He's happy to bore us all to death. But
yeah.
I mean, I can't see any arguments that they're going to make based on what they've already shown that they wouldn't. That couldn't be aired in open court. Basically, there's nothing there that I think would need to be in chambers.
Yeah, I don't see anything that would need. I don't see anything that would need to be in chambers either. So I think it's going to end up just being a motion that's argued in open court. Of course, we're not going to get the answer to it today. I think they're going to allow that to be argued through tomorrow morning. Probably give them a 11 o'clock start. I mean, because they've been given a 9:30 start, right? 9:30 a.m. start. Yeah. Probably give them an 11. Tell the jury to come at 11 or 10:30 or something. Because I imagine they're going to have an hour or two of arguing tomorrow. What sort of evidence would you like to see more of if there's anybody that came up today or some other late witness? Is there any witness you would want to see today from the prosecution?
As you said, more lay witnesses, more.
If you get a relative, if there's a relative, that would be good.
That's sort of what I'm thinking. But I mean, I'm expecting to see more of the relatives in terms of the defense side anyway. I can't, aside from.
Well, Buster is like a clear defense witness, right? He's on that. He's on that list.
Evidence of the murder would be nice. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. Something that ties, if they can bring anybody up that can tie the financial crimes to an actual motive to the murders, like somehow tie what they're arguing about, because otherwise they're just wasting everybody's damn time.
Right. They are wasting everybody's time.
So,
I mean, they really are. I think presenting when you went up to, I believe it was Rule 4.0. Let me look it back up. What's it? I mean, I think 402 issues are definitely a concern in terms of relevant evidence, right? There's definitely irrelevant evidence that's coming up here. But 403, right?
Yeah.
I think we do get into potential Rule 403 issues, which is the excluding relevant evidence for prejudice, confusion, waste of time, or other reasons, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. I think a lot of what the prosecution has come up with has been cumulative.
I think pretty much I think more or less to a certain degree, each one of those points under 403 would be applicable to the financial stuff. So the fact that the judge wants to sit there and listen to it, I mean, I presume in South Carolina they don't get paid by the hour for the judges. Like, I mean, I know everybody else probably is, but he's so hell bent on making sure that he doesn't get overturned that he's making screw ups that are gonna get him overturned.
Right.
But that's yeah.
If he's making comments or making rulings, comments are one thing. Comments that he's going to be impartial or you don't need to thank me. That's not going to get him in trouble. What's going to get him in trouble is the rulings when he's permitting these evidence in, and it's highly prejudicial without any probative value.
Yeah.
Someone was saying, and I was trying to verify this. Someone was saying that, what was it? Let me go back up here. That Chanley was talking about Joe McCullough taking notes sitting behind the prosecutor's table. He's been with Alex for a while. I highly doubt, let me just say this. In this town, everybody knows each other, right? This is a place where everybody knows each other. They know who's worked with who and who's who is who. So there's not that anonymity. So if people are friends with Murdaugh, it's probably known. And I don't think the prosecution would just let it slide if there was somebody that was, spying on what they're doing or, taking impermissible notes. Making general observations is fine. But if we're talking about like looking at private notes, then that could be a problem, but I don't think they would let that slide. I also don't think they would let that person be staged there if there was that much of a conflict. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think they're going to get away with that. Sorry. I mean, we saw in the Johnny Depp trial how folks were getting in trouble, or there was the whole laptop issue, right? With that was the DUI guy thing, right?
Yeah.
And people brought that up. Is that an issue? Is that not an issue? It's something we can debate, but obviously I don't think there's any actual meat on that bone. Obviously there's the other thing too, is that Alex has been involved in the court for a long time. So a lot of people know Alex and have worked with Alex. I don't think we're back fully yet. I think we're waiting for the silent mode.
Thank
Here
you.
we go.
You may call your next witness.
State House Katie McAllister.
raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm your testimony about the trials that you do? So help you God.
I do.
And you take a seat in
The prosecutor is Val. I don't like the odds on the chick that's going on the stand though.
last name.
Katie McAllister, McAllist.
Good afternoon, Agent McAllister.
Hello,
Could you please tell the jury where you work
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, more commonly known as SLED.
and how long have you
Oh.
God dang it. We got another
What
Fed.
is your position?
Yeah.
I'm trying to like,
I'm a senior special
okay,
agent in the
no,
Low Country
this is
Region
not even a,
Investigative
don't need
Services.
to ask that question, meat
And were you
popsicle.
a
This is
senior
not a
special
smash or
agent
pass
back
situation.
in,
This is
on
a run for the
27th of
hills before you get
2021?
clubbed by the
I was just
ogre
a regular
situation.
special agent then.
Did you have a chance to respond to Moselle Road in that capacity as a SLED agent?
I did.
Can you tell us when you responded out there?
I was told late on the night of June 7th to be at the office on June 8th. I was given some assignments and then I responded to the actual property around lunchtime on June the 8th, 2021.
So June the 8th, the day after the murder took place.
Yes.
And what did you do when you got out there?
Myself and Special Agent Croft were almost to the house. There were several people in the roadway. It appeared to be blocked, so we stopped and got out.
Did you, what were those people up to?
There had been a phone located on the side of the road.
And whose phone was that?
It was Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone.
And can you tell us about your involvement in the collection of Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone?
Yes.
I picked it up.
The car, I had gloves. Captain Neal retrieved the phone from where it was laying. I was standing right beside him when he got a phone call. He handed me the phone with my gloved hands. I held the phone for Investigator Hightower to take a picture of it. The phone call was Captain Neal receiving the passcode. He asked me to confirm it. I typed it in. We confirmed that it was the right passcode. I locked the phone. At that point, Investigator Hightower asked me to put it in airplane mode, which I did.
And so what was the point of you putting the passcode into that phone?
To confirm that the passcode we were given matched the actual phone that we had.
To confirm that was Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
We'll
Yes.
turn this up a little bit.
And when you unlocked that phone,
Little
did you
woman on woman
delete
action
any
here.
calls?
I did not.
Did
This
you
would get
delete any
Jeff a little
text
hot and
messages?
bothered, I
I
know.
did not.
Did you enter any data in that phone?
I did not.
You locked that phone back immediately?
Yeah. As soon
Coke
as
Freak, none of the feds so far have had necks.
to show that that is the right passcode.
I mean,
immediately
they're
locked it
spineless,
back.
so that checks
And
out.
then what happened to the phone? Is
Yeah, got to support the head somehow.
Neil, who
A
was
diversity hire.
All right, let's move on. What else did you do?
So once I arrived on scene, myself along with Special Agent Croft were asked to go up to the main house to do a search of the property or of the home.
Did you have a search warrant?
There was a search warrant, yes.
Was that search warrant executed?
It was not.
Why not?
At the time of my arrival, multiple family, close friends were at the house. Rather than executing the search warrant and displacing all of those people, we asked for consent and we were given it.
And were a lot of people at that residence at the time?
There were.
You could give us kind of a rough estimate of the amount of people that were there.
I would say maybe 20 or 25 people were in the home.
And you didn't want to have to ask all those people to leave?
Some of them were very upset and we thought it was better to simply ask for consent.
Tell us what you found in the search of the house.
So upon consent, I walked through the residence. I was looking for weapons and ammunition and observant to anything else that may have been of value. I found nothing, and once I came back downstairs to the gun room, Agent Croft had located several items of interest, some weapons and some ammunition. He and I collected those. I completed a property receipt.
Let's go back to your search a little bit. When you walked through the house, were you alone?
I was not.
Who was with you?
I believe it was John Marvin Murdaugh and Lee Cope.
And who were those people?
John Marvin Murdaugh is Alec Murdaugh's brother. Lee Cope is an attorney from their law firm.
And What rooms of the house did you search?
All of them.
And these John Marvin and Lee Cope were with you when you went in every room?
They were.
Did you search any other places?
We searched bathrooms, tubs. There were several attic type spaces where different holiday decorations were stored.
Okay, not
We
guilty
looked in
won
there,
the last
or I looked
poll.
in there, and we didn't locate anything of value.
Did you look
But-
anywhere that you thought there could be
I received a very generous super chat on
Yes.
our Rumble rant for $100 to put up a Smasher Pass poll
when you were
for this
searching the
for this
I
witness.
did not.
So I'm doing it because I can be
You said
bribed
you were
into
observant?
I can be bribed
Oh, I
into
see.
polls. I'm just saying.
You mentioned that Agent Croft had collected some weapons and some ammunition.
He did.
Would that be the 3 shotguns, a Mossberg, a Browning, and a Benelli Super Eagle, along with a 300 Blackout rifle,
Yes.
and then some various ammunition?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do with those items?
So we gathered them together. I filled out the property receipt. We took them back to the SLED office here in Walterboro, where we met with the crime scene agent, Agent Worley, and I receipted those items to her.
So Agent Burley took custody of those items.
She did.
She's
Do
a 10 if you drink it
recall,
up.
at some point, speaking or being present at an interview with Buster Murdaugh.
Dude, I'd need to be damn near paralytic, honestly.
Any evidence collected during that interview?
Yes, we asked.
And
him
technically, then she's the one taking advantage.
and also consent to look at his cell phone.
I'm going to show you this case exhibit 217. If you could tell me what that exhibit appears to be.
This appears to be the buckle swab from Richard Alexander Buster Murdaugh Jr., collected June 10th, 2021 at 3:26 p.m.
Now, did you collect this buckle swab?
I did not.
If you
Lieutenant
say it in the
Charles
southern,
Gant
she's
was
a 9.
Were you present when it was collected?
I was.
How did Lieutenant Gant collect this?
Out of 100.
A buckle swab is just 2 cotton swabs. He opened them from the packaging, swabbed his mouth.
You always got to specify the scale.
The envelope
do,
see
you
there,
do.
he
Size matters.
initialed it and dated it.
2 slabs in. Sounds about right.
It was not tampered with. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move State's Exhibit 217 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let me get-
Where is it? Let me minimize this a little.
God damn, they work fast.
You were present
I love how
when
fast everybody
the
is
phone
here.
Maggie
It's so
was
great.
recovered, correct?
Yes, sir,
So
I was.
great.
Matter of fact, that
Love it. Anyways, sorry guys.
Rubber glove, that's your hand, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And are you aware when you got that call with the passcode that had been gotten by John Marvin? Was John Marvin down there with you when you found the phone?
I don't recall seeing him there, no, sir.
Are you aware that passcode came from Alec Murdaugh?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
And who gave it to you?
Captain Neal.
Now, you searched the house on the morning of, was it the morning of the 8th?
It would have been the afternoon.
Okay. And you went through the entire house?
Yes, sir.
How many bedrooms in that house? Do you know? How many bathrooms in that house?
3 or 4, I don't recall the exact
Okay,
number.
but you went through every one of them.
Yes, sir.
And you looked at the tub, you looked at the showers, right?
Yes, sir.
What were you looking for?
Ammunition, weapons.
Blood?
If it was there, I was observant. We were looking for anything at that point.
Right. So when you look at the drain in a shower, if somebody has recently showered off blood, you would expect to see some trace evidence there, would you not?
I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that.
Do you know whether any, I mean, there are trace evidence forensics people that actually go in and swab those, right?
There are, yes, sir.
Were they there?
No, sir.
Did anyone ever ask them to come that you know of?
Not that I'm aware
Do
of.
you know
no,
whether
sir.
any of those showers or tubs were in any way swabbed or checked for blood or tissue or any DNA, anything that would indicate somebody had washed off evidence of a crime?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you, in visually, apparently you're the only one to do this, correct?
Yes, sir.
The only person that actually looked at the showers and the tubs, you eyeballed them, right?
I did.
You're the only person who SLED had examined the showers and tubs. And you're telling this jury that you saw no evidence of blood, tissue, or anything that would indicate somebody had showered or washed off or bathed to remove evidence of a crime from them. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir. There was nothing visible to me.
Okay. And you were the only one asked to do that by SLED?
As far as I'm aware, yes, sir.
Did you search the bedrooms?
I did.
You find any clothes anywhere? Shirt, pants, shoes that would indicate?
Attention, Your Honor, could we ask one question at a time, please?
I'm just including a class. Rather than asking it individually, I apologize. I can do it individually. Take a little longer. Thank you. Any clothes, shoes, any evidence of clothing that would have blood on it or indicated had blood on it or tissue, anything that you saw in any of the bedrooms. How many bedrooms?
Several.
Several. You looked at all of them?
Yes, sir, I did.
Looked under the beds?
I did.
In the closets?
I did.
See any evidence of any clothes that had been involved in any sort of
Flux.
altercation that
I
had
missed
left
DA's suit from the
blood,
Brooks
tissue,
trial.
or
Smash!
brain? See anything like that in any one of those rooms?
No, sir, I didn't find anything like that.
Love it.
Thank you. LCP, court's indulgence.
Yeah, the Brooks trial had some hidden gems. I did not expect that one. That snuck up on us, really. No one was expecting that one to be as good as it was.
Any redirect?
Number state, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down.
All right. I'm interested how much time they want to leave for this motion.
Gentlemen, we're gonna have you leave for the day.
Oh, here we go. We're going right to the motion.
Damn it.
And to return tomorrow at
11.
11:30 will be our
11:30.
start time tomorrow. 11:30. So you get a few extra hours today and tomorrow. Please remember not to discuss the case, to be exposed to any information.
Someone told Jeff I'm sleeping in.
And we will
Poor
see you
Jeff.
tomorrow.
All right, Jeff.
To jury.
Oh, he's gonna be so pissed. He's gonna be so pissed at me. I mean, they're just gonna go right into it here. By the way, guys, they're gonna roll right into the motion arguing. This interaction is interesting there. I still don't see. Wait, no, is this James here in the blue shirt? Maybe. He usually wears a suit though. Buster's kind of short, or maybe it's the
I'm
perspective.
going to start asking James what he's wearing so we can pick him out.
Yeah.
Mr. Waters, we'll continue with the 404 witnesses.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
It's the character evidence is 404, so they're arguing
It's calculated
404.
By about 30 minutes, so I apologize. The witness is close by. If you'll give me 1 moment, please.
Are you fucking kidding me? You had all this time, there are fucking witnesses in here? You're in a small town, motherfucker.
If he doesn't walk in with zipping up his fly with toilet paper stuck to his shoe, I'm going to be asking serious fucking questions. What the hell?
You had time for this shit.
Yeah, we'll be at ease for a few minutes.
Okay. So judge is gonna chill. We'll move over here. Judge is gonna chill for a bit. And yeah, So what did you expect to hear here, Hayden, in the 404 motion?
Honestly, I'm not sure. A lot of this is going to be new ground for me because I'm not. It's not something that I've really had to deal with previously. As you know, an American debate over the validity of evidence or something.
Right.
Here for us, in admissibility, we'd be arguing back and forth over propensity and prior bad acts and various things like that. But I mean, the main hit that I'd be looking at is that so far to date, they still have not tied the financial crimes to the murder. They have not provided any sort of evidence whatsoever as to why it's even relevant. So, in my full opinion, it should be excluded.
Yeah. No, I get it, and that's a definite relevance objection, a very valid relevance objection, by the way. So yeah, 404 once again, guys. So you know, this relates to character evidence and other acts and wrongdoing. The general rule is that prohibited use as evidence of a person's character or character traits is not admissible to prove that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character or trait. Exceptions for a defendant or victim in a criminal case. The following exceptions apply in a criminal case. A defendant may offer evidence of the defendant's pertinent trait, and if the evidence is admitted, the prosecutor may offer evidence to rebut it. So A is when they say he's a good guy, they can rebut that he's a bad guy. So if the defense opens the door, that's the whole opening the door thing. If the defense says he's never lied, well, then they can open up that door. I don't think the door has been opened. I really don't think it's been open, particularly the financial crimes. I don't think they've said he always pays his bills on time. He's a guy who always, he's always upright in his financial dealings. I don't think they've done that. And then next, B, subject to limitations in Rule 412, a defendant may offer evidence of the alleged victim's pertinent trait, and if the evidence is admitted, the prosecutor may offer evidence to rebut it or offer evidence of the defendant's same trait. And let's see, other crimes, acts, and wrongdoings. Prohibited uses. Evidence of any other crime, wrong, or act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion, the person acted in accordance with the character. Permitted uses. The evidence may be admissible for another purpose, such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of evidence. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to bring this in for motive. But they're trying to bring in the entire case, like all of the financial cases, to prove motive. And it's got to be more specific than that. That's where they're fucking up. Yeah.
Can I just have a quick look? There was like in A, like the very last section, it said it was specifically related to homicide cases. I just wanted to quickly.
Yeah, in a homicide case, the prosecutor may offer evidence of the alleged victim's trait for peacefulness to rebut the evidence that they were the first to grab. This is like a self-defense case. That sorry, Hayden, me knowing this rule, I skipped over that, but I skipped over that knowing that this is not a self-defense case. Like they're not trying to argue.
No, that's why I literally got to the part where it said in a homicide case, and I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, homicide where self-defense is invoked, right?
Yep.
Because self-defense is an affirmative defense, so you're bringing a homicide case against the person, and they're asserting self-defense as an affirmative defense.
Yeah, of course. All right.
I like that. So 404, evidence not found. You're a fucking nerd, Mark, for bringing that up. I appreciate you, though, bro. I appreciate you.
He's not wrong, though.
You fucking nerd. By the way, on the Smasher Pass for the Lady Sled Agent. By the way, thank you to Jonathan for your Rumble rant, which is, I'll pull that up here real quick since we got some time. Jonathan had said, every witness deserves a fair trial in Smasher Pass. And I am not one to deny due process. So we gave her her due process, and she was judged. And 22% of you are honest. 22% of you said you'd smash. The rest of you are dirty liars, the 78% that said they would pass. The rest of you are dirty liars. You want a piece of that Fiona. Listen, you never know. She could transform. Give her 2-3 years and, a trip down to, Dr. Plastic, and she could be your pinup model, guys. She could be your Courtney Clenny. In fact, have you seen Courtney Clenny? Have you seen Courtney Clenny without the makeup?
Yeah, that's a tough sell. Honestly, I can see why she plastered that shit on.
Yeah. Well, no, were you pondering over something, Hayden? It seemed like you were deep in.
No, I was just going to make a quip and say that all you'd really need is a hot dog on the end of a fishing rod near a treadmill, and you might get somewhere.
Oh no! Oh god!
Hey, look, I'm a fat guy, so I feel fine saying that because
that's okay. That's okay. Oh my god! Hold on. More memes incoming. And guys, if you are not on my locals, go over there and check that out. legalmindset.locals.com. It's kind of the source for this stuff. And there are many things I can't post. But I post what I can because I like sharing and I like subjecting you guys to this debauchery. All right. So here we go. These are good. Fat guy in a little coat. It's a good one. And I would do anything for love, including that. Thank you. You're welcome. Karaoke with Mindset. Oh God, great stuff. Let's see. I thought we saying in the chat, I thought we were miles away from the ocean. Jesus. I mean, could we not have a big, I will say this, if anything, guys, even if this is a little bit boring at times, the testimony is boring at times, we have had a cast of characters for this trial. I mean, sure. Some of the people they have trotted out here, I mean, they're out of like central casting. I mean, you couldn't create them other places. First of all, Dick Poon, right, in and of himself. The gingers, they literally got like all the remaining gingers in these United States and put them into one family. You've got the transitioning prosecutor, you've got Wednesday Addams over there. You've got some characters in the audience. You got our boy James, you got Chanley in the audience. And then you've got, Eggman fed witness today. You got Fiona. What else have we had? We've had a lot. We've got the Big D, Dove. Everybody loved Dove. We got McLovin. We've got Rogan. Not Joe. By the way, Rogan's the one I like the best out of all the witnesses so far. He's definitely my favorite. Like he's
definitely the one that's offered the most,
and he's authentic,
in my opinion. Yeah,
like Rogan was a real human being. I'm not convinced that these sled agents and the ATF Fed boy. I'm not convinced that those people aren't lizard people. I'm really not. Oh yeah, I forgot about Librarian Chick. So Librarian Chick is still there she's to the right. She's not wearing the glasses today, so I'm not as interested. But she is still there. I'll point her out. Kevin said she fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. That's an old one, but a good one. I remember that was an old one, but a good one. That's from the time of Your Mama So Fat. So many good ones. All right, so we're about to come back here to courts. And the volume is on here. They just got it muted for a second. Oh, see, I like her outfit today. She's just behind the bench. Yeah, Librarian Chick is right here. See her? But she's blocked by the transitioning prosecutor, which is so unfortunate. I wonder if this is no. I don't think this is James.
Michael Gunn for the in-camera
leaning forward like that. I don't think that's James.
I was going to say James is going to do that in court.
He wouldn't do it.
No,
he knows better. Johnny had way better peeps representing up. Isaac, classic TMZ guy, best part of the trial. Yeah, TMZ Draco and Isaac Baruch were definitely characters. And then Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
Seat in the witness stand.
Oh, and you can't forget Dr.
State your whole
Mommy.
name. Spell your last name.
I want some
Oh.
fucking muffins. I want some
Yes,
muffins
muffins.
so bad.
Last name is Gunn.
All right,
Good.
Mr. Gunn, this is obviously an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of the testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so I'm not going to go into all the background and everything for purposes of this hearing, but just very quickly, where do you work?
I'm a principal at Ford Consulting and also
Oh, excellent.
work for the South Carolina Association for Justice.
Okay, and just very quickly,
He's
tell
the
us what
accountant.
Ford Consulting is and what services it provides.
Ford Consulting, we are a general insurance agency, but also offer financial services such as structured settlements, regular annuities, deferral of attorney's fees, trust. We do lien resolution, back office.
I swear I've heard this guy do voiceover work.
All sorts of things for
Yeah,
plaintiffs.
this guy looks
primarily,
legit.
and the families.
He comes
All
off
right,
as
and
legit.
then if you could, just very quickly, just for the record, explain what a structure is and how that interfaces with plaintiffs' lawyers.
Sure. So a traditional structured settlement is between the parties, and that normally means between the plaintiff and the defendant or their insurer. And so usually it was set up in the 80s. It was designed to help plaintiffs protect their money and to keep their money. And it can be earned tax-free. Interest grows on that tax-free. And it's a very good tool, especially for minor children, for those who are incapacitated, disabled. Because of that growth, it can provide a steady stream of income, hopefully for the rest of their lives.
You're talking faster than I do, and that says something.
I've been accused of that.
All right, I know you just ran over here, so yeah, let's take it down just
No worries,
a notch.
no worries.
All right, good deal. Okay, so pick it up from there.
So essentially, the structured settlement, though, would come primarily, usually, except in very small circumstances, would come from the defendant and/or its insurer to fund the annuity for the client.
And so the idea is instead of getting a settlement in a lump sum, it's in an annuity, so they get regular payments over the course of the term of that annuity.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So explain to me just very quickly again for the
Of course. That's why Alec thought he could get away with it.
structures that you may do for a plaintiff's attorney and their.
Because he probably left just enough in the trust account that they could keep paying regular payments, and he was going to put the money back at some stage. I'm starting to think this is a Ponzi scheme.
That would be considered they have received the funds, and therefore the ability to do a structure has been taken off the table. The only way that you could do a structure after that would be to return the funds to the defendant and or its insurer, and then therefore let the they would have to agree to play ball and redo all the documents because there's so much language that's included in the documents that specifies this.
All right, so the settlement can't go to the law firm and then to the annuity company. That will.
He does kind of look like Ted Cruz a little
tax
bit.
advantages of that,
It is in very rare cases that we're able to do that.
but
Generally speaking, correct.
All right, so generally, your services that you provide are consulting to sort of match up the client with an annuity company, and then that money is going to.
I like that we see the jury box now. Those chairs do not look comfortable, by the way. They do not look comfortable.
Whatever that is.
No, I feel very sorry for them.
To that annuity company for the benefit of that client.
That is correct.
Can't go to the law.
Fucking fire trucks every day.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, I can't remember if there was one or two this morning. I know there was at least one that went off.
With Ford's Consulting doing this work.
It'll be 18 years this summer.
All right, and what's the actual full legal name of the entity?
Ted Cruz with Adolf's haircut.
Ford Consulting LLC.
Oh, it's good.
Over the course of your involvement with this business, have you gotten to know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I have.
All right, and just very quickly, tell me the capacity in which you got to know him.
It bore from a professional relationship, doing work with trial lawyers, conventions, CLEs, things of that nature, which ultimately turned into a friendship born out of business.
Okay. And when you say friendship, was it a close friendship or more like a business relationship type of friendship?
I would say a business relationship type of friendship, but one that you would text with and call on occasion and things.
Okay, this one's going to hurt.
Did you ever do any structures
What do
for
you
any
mean?
clients that were represented by Alec?
This is more the kind of guy that I was expecting for character evidence. This is the business associate that has nothing to gain but nothing to lose, that can provide reasonable character evidence as to how he acts.
Unbiased. Yeah.
Thank
you. That's what I'm tired. That's the word I was
It's
looking for.
okay.
Unbiased. Yes.
The Dion Martin case.
Okay, and tell me about that. Did that ever come to fruition or not?
It did not.
All right, and tell me what you made.
We sent over some quotes. We got some information back from the defendant. He sent us information, a signed option, which I would assume was Mr. Martin's. Sent some information back, and Annuities, you have to understand, are priced on a daily market. Sometimes that rate is good for a week or two. I sent several emails back saying, hey, this rate is going to expire. We need to move forward. And ultimately, we ended up closing the case cash because we never got a response.
All right. When you say you sent emails asking for a response, who were you sending those to?
I was sending those to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold.
Okay. And so ultimately got no response, so you just closed the file without any services ultimately being provided by Forge Consulting LLC.
That is correct, yes, sir.
I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as Exhibit 321 for this in-camera hearing, and specifically direct your attention to the 5th page of this exhibit and just see if you recognize that. And then you can flip to the next couple pages, please.
He does kind of sound like a more southern version of Principal Skinner, doesn't he?
That's
A little bit, yeah.
It's just an annuitized payment stream showing you when the payments we made.
Okay.
And what the amount is.
And that's kind of the market rate thing.
He sounds word for word like someone that's going to annoy the hell out of me, though.
Next page is a disclosure page where we list all our disclosures, and it appears to have been signed by Dion Martin.
Okay, keep going. That's the only Forge-related documents you see?
Let's see, that's the only Forge-related documents I see, yes, sir.
All right, let me take that back.
Yep.
All right. Put those up on the screen real quick. All right, so that's sort of the annuity schedule, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then this is the disclosure page you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And that is Forge-generated paperwork typically?
That is correct, yes.
But this particular structure was never done because you never got a response from Elkin?
No, sir.
Or his office, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let the sirens pass. Are you aware generally of what people call the boat rag case or the boat case as it relates to the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
Generally, yes.
All right, and just without going into specific facts, generally, what was your understanding of that?
There was a terrible accident that happened somewhere down in the low country involving Mr. Murdaugh's son and several others, and a young girl passed away.
Were you aware that his son had been charged in that particular case?
I was.
And were you aware that Alec Murdaugh had been sued in a civil matter relating to that?
I believe I was made aware through the news, yes.
Did you ever have any conversation? Well, let me ask you this first. Is it possible for lawyers to structure fees, not the client, but the lawyer, if they're going to get a big fee from a large recovery and they decide they want the protection of an annuity, can they do that?
Yes, they can.
All right. And how does that work? Kind of the same thing?
It's the exact same manner as if the client were to do it. The check would have to come from the insurance carrier and or the defendant to fund the structured settlement annuity for the lawyer for their fee.
Did you ever have any discussion with Alec Murdaugh, either before or after the boat case, about structuring any fees that he had received in the case?
We had general conversations about structuring fees, but it would be the same conversation I would have with any attorney, like how you would do it, how you would go about doing it, how checks would be made payable, et cetera.
Did you ever have
Very
any
normal
specific discussion
conversation
after the boat case about the boat case and him wanting to structure any fees?
Not that I recall.
I wanna
Sometimes
take you
awkward,
to,
but-
September 2021. Did you around that time receive a call from Lee Cope?
I did.
All right. And what did Mr. Cope ask you?
He called and asked me if he could, in confidence, give me a list of cases and see if we had any files on them. I told him that'd be fine. I was standing in my driveway. I wrote them down. Got back with him later that evening, let him know that we did not have any of those cases open.
Okay. He gave you a list of clients and asked if you had any structures open for those or potential structures.
He had asked me if we had any files at all. Generally, what we will do is if an attorney calls, we will open the case immediately just so we have a name associated with the attorney.
And so
Y'all are convinced this is Trace Atkins' voice double.
did he ask you about ranking that
That
Forge
from a
Consulting
few people.
LLC?
Thank you, Dana.
He did.
And what was his question to you?
He asked me if we banked with Bank of America.
And what was your response?
I told him that we had banked with Bank of America, but had not for the last 3 or 4 years.
So you did not have an active account with Bank of America?
We did not. No.
In September of 2021?
No, sir.
Did Did you have any subsequent conversation with Mr. Cope about the issues that he had raised with you?
Yeah,
I
the
did.
jury
He
is
called
not
me,
here. The jury's been
following day
dismissed,
as
guys.
well, which I believe was a Thursday, with another list of cases.
And what was his inquiry to you?
Same inquiry. This time, the only one that popped up was the one I mentioned earlier, which is the Dion Martin case.
All right. And your response was there was.
I mean, could they be
There
listing?
was a
Yeah,
file,
I
but it was
mean,
never
obviously they
completed,
could
and we
just
closed it out.
open the internet, right?
Would you ask him at this point, or did you?
They're not
what was
supposed to,
going on,
but
or why
yes,
these
they
inquiries were being
could.
made?
I did not.
Did you ultimately find out what was going on and why these inquiries were being made?
I found out on the Tuesday after Labor Day.
No, Marco, the jury's out because they're arguing over whether or not to let the financials information in.
Alex had been
So the jury should be back sometime tomorrow, 11:30.
You can see the empty jury box.
Is that
Here.
account that he had been using, is that a legitimate Forge Consulting account?
Absolutely not.
Did any of that money that went into
Oh.
that account go to legitimate Forge?
No, sir.
Did Forge
There you go.
Consulting have anything to do with that particular account?
No, sir.
Let me show you a couple things real quick.
What does any of this have to do with the murder?
Show you what's been marked as exhibit.
Not a
By the
damn
way,
thing.
I'm willing to presume all of this is
a
100% true.
And just have you look at that.
I'm willing to presume that.
You look at, in
I'm
particular, look at
listening
the
for
name of that
relevance
particular
as to
account.
the murder.
All right, what does that say?
Richard A. Murdaugh, sole proprietor, DBA Forge.
All right, and is that account a legitimate Forge account?
It is not a legitimate Forge Consulting account, no, sir.
Any money that went into that account, did it have any legitimate relationship to the services and business that y'all provide to claims attorneys?
No, sir, none at all.
Yeah, 30% is would be typical for a lawyer fee, Barbara. Especially for a contingency case.
Yeah.
Exhibit 328. You see that check right there?
I do.
Made out to Forge?
Yes, sir.
Did that come to any legitimate Forge account?
It did not.
Stand by for me 1 second.
I really don't know how the irony of Forge missed these people.
I'm not sure that it had. I'm thinking that most of them are too. They'd consider it uncouth to comment on it.
So we introduced them as Seconder with all those checks made out to Forge from the PMPD trust account. For purposes of this hearing only, they will stipulate that none of those.
If I was that judge, I'd be giggling every other time that I realized, like every time I remembered it.
Bank of America, DBA, Richard Murdaugh, DBA Forge account that he just testified is not a legitimate Forge account.
I want to be more careful with the words. We are not contesting that issue for purposes of this hearing. That's correct. I don't want anything coming back.
Accept that stipulation as well.
They're not contesting that these checks didn't all went to this particular account and did not go to legitimate Forge for purposes of this hearing alone. I think that's acceptable to the state, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Right. It's so stipulated.
We're not contesting that. Yes.
Not contesting. Just want to be real quick. 327, is that legit?
No, sir.
326, is that legit?
No, sir.
$325, is that legit?
No, sir.
$324, is that legit?
No, sir.
$323, is that legit?
No, sir.
$322, is that legit?
No, sir.
321, is that legit?
Does anything of this have anything to do with the murder? No, sir.
319, is that legit?
No, sir.
Yeah, literally the
318,
same.
is
The
that
same
legit?
for everyone. What does that have to do with the murder? Was this motive for the murder?
317,
Was
is
this
that
motive for the
legit?
murder? Was this motive for the murder? Was this motive for the murder? Nope. 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 Can you link that?
315, is that legit?
No, sir.
Why are we doing this? I really don't understand.
And finally, 311, is that legit?
No, sir.
And by asking you not legit, did you just look at the checks on those various exhibits?
I did.
And all the ones that had forged on them from a client trust account, those are not checks that went to any legitimate court's account. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
You're just saying no, sir. Then you said no to a question.
Yeah.
All right, I believe that's all the questions I have for this witness. I'm sorry, excuse me. Thank you. Just really quick, at any time, did you ever hand deliver any checks to Alec Murdaugh for forge-related business?
No, sir.
And would that work?
I would not be delivering any checks. The only time that I would ever deliver a check would be made out to someone other than Forge. You would never make a check payable to us.
But you never had any legitimate business where I was like, hey, I'm gonna be in town. I'll come back.
They're really proving that they're
yes,
trying. No, sorry, but this is like a financial crime case here. They're trying to prove the elements of the financial crime. I don't see where they're going with this from a murder case perspective.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I am sure that your Ford Consulting LLC has done a full investigation into this matter.
Yes, sir. We have.
And in that investigation, did you find in any record of this account that Bank of America and Alec Murdaugh doing business as Ford, did you see the name Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh as co-signatories to that account?
No, sir.
You've seen any record, any document that Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh had anything to do with this account?
No, sir.
Your company is an insurance agent. Did you ever sell any life insurance to Alec Murdaugh on the life of Maggie Murdaugh?
No, sir.
Did you ever sell any life insurance?
There we go.
To Alec Murdaugh on the life of Paul Murdaugh?
No, sir.
All right.
No proof there's motive.
Anything further?
Say, Your Honor.
They call you next witness.
No proof there's motive here for those murders. No policies on them, no financial win. What does it matter? It doesn't change this crime. He could have forged all those checks. In fact, I believe he did.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's downstairs. We'll get him right away.
Get your shit together. That green suit, though. It's a good green suit. I think Chandler's back in court. I think she's right there. James, I'm looking for James. They probably put him in the back somewhere. That's probably why we can't see him.
I mean, he was on with us for how long, so he may well have wound up with a seat in the back anyway.
Well, I think they're assigned seating, which is kind of weird. And I think they sit there throughout the day. Yeah, because that's why they have those little tags. Like a little pink pride parade looking flag or tag around their necks.
I wonder if I can use the magnifier to get a closer look.
Enhance.
Yeah, basically. Oh, that was true.
Is this the witness? Yeah, this is the witness right here, showing up fucking late. Boo. Who were you sucking off in the bathroom? He was being coached real quick.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the before the next trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Sit in the witness stand.
I guess the librarian looking girl is the paralegal for the assistant for the prosecution.
Yep.
She might be a junior attorney.
My name is James Christopher Wilson, Wilson. I go by Chris.
Chris, big Chris.
Mr. Wilson, you understand that we're here for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of your testimony.
This guy's had a couple Bellberry biscuits. I'm telling you that.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not going to go into everything that I might cover with you in a trial, but I do want to focus on particularly the Ferris case. You know which one I'm referring to?
Sure.
First of all, though, just very quickly, you're a lawyer, is that correct?
I am, since 1998.
1998. Describe very quickly your practice for the record.
Actually, since
Okay, well, he's definitely not sitting on the prosecution side. And unfortunately, I can't get a good look now. They moved the camera.
Personal injury work, automobile accidents, people that are injured at work, practice type cases, those things.
And where do you normally practice? Where's your home base?
My only office is in Bamberg.
Do a lot of claims work?
That's all I do anymore. For the last 15 years, that's really all I do.
And do you know the defendant?
I do.
And when did you get to know the defendant?
I've known Alec since we were in high school. Bamberg and Hampton. I grew up in Bamberg, and they're only about 30 miles apart. And so I knew of Alec and had been around him some growing up. We had some mutual friends. I was a lot closer to some other guys in Hampton that I grew up playing golf and things like that with, but I would cross paths with Alec. Played on the same baseball team one summer, I think like our seniors in high school or somewhere around high school age. Didn't really keep in touch with him or cross paths with him until we ended up going to law school, and we started law school together at Carolina. 3 years there together at law school and lived together part of the time.
Really?
Did y'all become friends?
They live together.
Become close friends?
Wow. Okay.
Best friends?
He was one of my best friends, yes.
Law school buddies.
And I thought, he was, and I thought he felt the same way about me.
Oh no, it's the friend that. Yeah.
Mr. Waters.
Yeah.
Because I thought he's definitely hurt.
Over the years, as you developed that close friendship with Alec, did y'all also have a professional relationship as well?
We did. When I finished law school, I went to work in Greenville for a judge for a year. Alec went to Beaufort to work with a law firm there. So we'd see each other, but it was more socially then. When I moved back to Bamberg to start practicing where I'd grown up, and he moved back to Hampton a couple years later, we started doing a little bit more work together, and we've done cases together really since 1998. I opened up my own firm in 98. I think that's about the same time he had moved back to his firm. And it was a bigger firm with resources that I didn't have starting out on my own. And so we started working cases together and worked a lot together.
Tell me, for the record, how that works when you're in a different firm than the firm he was in, correct?
Yes.
And so when two lawyers from different firms, or three, however many it is, share a case, how do you handle the payment of the fees if there's a successful recovery?
Well, it really all depends on the agreement that's reached up front between the lawyers and with the client's consent. But generally, all the cases that I work with his firm and with most firms I do business with, it's a 50-50 split on the fee recovery, or at least an equal split. Maybe if there are more than two lawyers, it'll be an equal split across the board. But generally,
yeah, this guy's been screwed over. You can tell.
50-50 split.
Yeah.
On attorney's fees recovered, and each firm recovers whatever costs they've advanced in the
And
case.
attorney's costs really
Sometimes
cause
his firm
problems.
would advance more of the cost because, they had a larger number of lawyers bringing in more money than I was.
Aside from a major class action, I can't think of a single case where I would agree to work with another firm for that simple reason. I'd bring on locums as opposed to cost splitting like that. It causes way too many issues.
It always causes issues. Money is what gets people, destroys friendships, which is why I say do not do business with your friends. It ruins everything.
How does that work?
whichever lawyer receives the settlement checks or the checks to pay whatever verdict or judgment that was received. I can't say in every single case with Alec's firm, but in having gone back through my files and audited my paperwork, it looks like
Audited.
in almost every single case that we worked together, the disbursement, the money would come through to me and I would handle the disbursement. They were generally clients where I would associate his firm. They were my clients. They were people that had come to me, and I wanted them to, frankly, know that I was the person that took care of them, and if they needed anything, that they could come back. And so I wanted to be the person handling that part of it also.
All right. So if the money comes through you, then just mechanically, how do you go about paying Alec in the case where y'all are splitting a fee, or paying the firm?
Money comes in. Client has to come sign the check or whatever it is, along with my firm. If it's made payable, it's generally made payable to Wilson Law Group or Wilson Law Firm and the client. Client comes in and signs the check. I endorse the check. We deposit that into my trust account. If it has to sit under Supreme Court rules, sometimes it has to sit for 10 days or more. Some smaller checks don't. Once it's been in the account long enough to be able to be dispersed pursuant to our rules, then my bookkeeper does the checks that I instruct her to do, and I sign the checks to make disbursements. If they're checks to another law firm, then the money is dispersed to that firm.
All right. In the course of litigation, are there typically costs and expenses that accrue during the course of that litigation?
Almost always.
And do those typically get paid out of whatever settlement is reaching, assuming a successful result?
They do. All of my fee agreements and every lawyer I've ever worked with have a provision in there that the client understands that the fees are advanced by the lawyer, but upon recovery, they're reimbursed or recovered by the lawyer.
In a particular case where you're splitting a fee and there were in fact fees and costs associated with a successful recovery, costs and expenses associated with a successful recovery, are those issued in a separate check typically, or a check together?
When I first started, I think my firm was doing cost and fees, not just for other firms, but cost and fees that were payable to my firm in the same check. But I mean, 10 plus years ago, if not longer, we started doing separate checks just to make the accounting and keeping up with it easier. So generally it's a fee check and a separate cost check.
That makes it
2020
clean.
and 2021, where you did those separate checks?
Yes.
Very quickly, without getting into the details, did you have a case in Allendale where you split it with Alec in the early part of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, was there a recovery in that case?
There was.
And
it was actually 3 cases, but they were similar factually, and so we treated them as one case, but it was three separate plaintiffs, 3 separate cases.
And ultimately, did your office disperse the fees and the expense checks to PMPED?
On all 3 cases, yes, sir.
And those checks were made out to what when you dispersed those?
All 3 of the fee checks were made payable to, I don't know if we used the acronym PMPED or if we actually spelled out Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Dietrich, and Ellsworth, but PMPED.
And generally, except for the Ferris case, which we'll talk about in a minute,
sure.
When you had those fee splits with Alec, were the checks made out to PMPED?
Yes,
They were
sir.
signed by you?
Yes, sir. And I'm the only person who can sign checks in my office. So, well, and now I had a partner at one time, but now I'm the only person that can sign checks.
Did you have a case involving Mack Trucks that involved Alec?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe to the court how you ended up getting that case and how you ultimately associated Alec in that case?
Sure. And I've heard it referred to as the Ferris case, so Mack Trucks and Ferris. I'd rather refer to it as the Mack Trucks case. Another lawyer had contacted me about a case that he was working on. Felt like he had a wreck involving a tractor trailer and an automobile in which a gentleman was injured. I believe he had already filed suit against the tractor trailer company and its driver and maybe another party. Started looking at the case for and with him. It involved a drive shaft that had fallen out of a Mack truck into the interstate, and this gentleman had, and a number of other cars had hit that drive shaft. And in looking at it and doing a little bit of research, I and he together realized that there very likely could be a product liability case involving a defect with the drive shaft of the truck or something like that. So I reached out to Alec and asked him if he could get involved in the case or would get involved in the case. I mean, that's what his firm specialized in a lot, was product liability cases. And we were pushing some deadlines to bring in all the parties that we needed to. And so I reached out pretty quickly because I knew we needed some help.
And did he agree to be part of that case?
He did.
As that litigation proceeded, did y'all have, as is typical, some discovery hearings, discovery motions, and that sort of thing?
Well, we had a number of them. I don't remember how many, but we had a number of different motions and discovery that went back and forth, documents being exchanged.
All right. And did that ultimately set up the prospect of a trial in that case?
It did, but it was unusual. It wasn't a jury trial like is normally done in personal injury cases. It was a non-jury trial tried before a circuit court judge with an admission of liability. We waived punitive damages, and there was an agreement between the parties that neither party would appeal the result.
And in a case, plaintiff's case, civil plaintiff's case like this, if there's a large recovery, let's say for the plaintiff,
Unless this recovery is for the fucking murder, like this is completely irrelevant.
Payment of the recovery and until that appeal.
Which, by the way, it's not.
I mean, it can.
Let me put it this way, people. Whilst I'm still listening, I'm sitting here doing my taxes.
Yeah, awesome.
The company that decides to appeal.
Yeah, I got to pay someone to do those this year.
Verdict up for a while. If you win the
Oh,
appeal,
tell me about it.
cover cost and interest. So, that's the remedy, but it can tie up money for people that are injured that need that money.
Did y'all ultimately try that case in a bench trial?
We did.
What county was it?
Excuse me?
What county?
It was in Richland County, Columbia.
And when did y'all try that case?
The first part of January of 2021.
And who did the closing argument in that case?
Alec.
Did y'all ultimately, there had been a concession of liability, so the amount was really what was in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many plaintiffs did you have?
There were actually two cases, when we call it Ferris or the Mack Trucks case throughout all of this, but there were actually two cases. The gentleman that was injured and then his wife, we brought a loss of consortium claim for her for the loss of companion services that she had lost from him. And just not to get too detailed, Mr. Ward, that her case had gone into default. In other words, Mack Trucks hadn't answered the papers like they should have. So they were in a really bad position on that case. And in the gentleman's case, they had answered, but we were discovering some things. When we were doing some discovery, it was clear they didn't want us looking much further. And so that's why this deal, everybody agreed to a non-jury trial without appeal with a waiver of punitive damages under the admission of liability was done. And we were in COVID and it was going to take us a while to get the trial. So it worked out well for both parties and the result worked out well for us.
And that's often how it goes in litigation. Both sides kind of decide what's best, and sometimes they can have a meeting of the minds.
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there ultimately a verdict by the judge in that case?
Well, two verdicts since two cases. Yes, sir.
And what were those amounts?
I believe it was $4 million for the injured man and 1.5 for the wife. I remember it was 5.5 combined, but I think it was 4 and 1.5.
And so how did the fees break down to the best of your recollection that were going to be split among the three lawyers involved?
There were
let me ask you this. Do you remember how much Alex shared of the fee?
$792,000.
Okay. And yours?
There was a larger
We knew that off by heart.
appreciated case, but
Yeah, that tells you he's bitter about it.
The math didn't work out.
Yeah.
Perfect. I was 791, and the other attorney was.
Yeah, you
higher
could
than that.
tell this guy was salty walking in.
His origination.
Yes, sir.
In
And
March
Alex
of
is shook
2021,
about it.
did you ultimately receive the monies and prepare for disbursement?
Yes, sir. I believe they came in late February because we dispersed in March, and
But to be fair, if he was using his firm as part of the reason to pull money out, this guy would have been on the hook for various bits. And if he's in a much smaller firm, there's a good chance it hit him a lot harder than it did Alex's firm.
because.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
such a sizable
absolutely.
Amount, I waited.
So yeah, I can see that.
15 days or so. I didn't disperse on the 10th day.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant about dispersing those fees?
I had a conversation with Alec and with the other attorney I worked on the case with when the fees and were ready to be dispersed.
What about your specific conversation with Alec? Did he make any requests of you or have any discussion with you about how to handle his $792,000 share of the fees?
He did.
And tell me about that conversation, please.
When I contacted him and told him we were getting ready to disperse and we would have checks ready, he indicated to me that he was looking to place his fees in an annuity. He called it like a structure. I've never done one of those before, so I didn't really know how it worked. I've never done structure for my fees myself. I've structured client money, but not my fees. He indicated he was looking to do a structure by putting the monies into annuities and that the checks needed to be made payable directly to him, that he had already cleared it with his firm, that the monies were going to be put on the books and accounted for. And
He's looking at him while he's saying that too. Did you see that?
Monies.
Based on his representations to you. That
Yeah,
cleared it
he
with
does
his
look at him
firm,
while he's saying that.
Did you agree to do something different and make the checks directly out to him?
I did.
Yeah, it's like, this sucks. This is definitely something that they should charge him for separately.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a murder charge. This is not part of murder. This has nothing to do with murder. This could have occurred on the day of the murder. It still would have nothing to do with the murder.
345.
It has nothing to do with motive. What? How does killing his wife and
I do.
son get him out of
What
this?
is that?
So this
How does
is
it help
the
him with
initial
this?
check that was written
I don't get
per
it.
Alec's
Doesn't make any
instructions
sense.
directly to him on the gentleman's case for fees made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, for $600,000. It's voided.
And why was it voided?
If the cross does not come out
Because
strong
he,
on this,
instructed me
I don't know.
Afterwards, and I don't remember if it was in the same conversation or shortly thereafter. It must have been shortly thereafter that the checks on that.
and by the
case
way,
needed to
yes,
be
all
made
this
in two
information
separate
will
check
be
payments.
repeated
He was doing two
again
separate
if the
annuities.
judge allows this in. In fact, even more, because they're going to have to lay a foundation. So each of these witnesses double their time. Also, expect more theatrics from the defense in response to these witnesses. I think they're keeping it short because this is an in-camera hearing. I think the blue looks good on Chanley. I appreciate locals chat trying to wake me up by sending me pictures of soju.
All right, I'll show you what's marked 6 for purposes of this in-camera hearing and see if you recognize these.
Soju model photos. Appreciate it, guys.
Yes, so the first page is the check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, for $192,000, and that is on the loss of consortium case for the wife. And on the bottom, just like that $600,000 check that was voided, it indicates it was for fees. I guess the other writing on here is maybe from
I'm just
So,
focused
the checks.
on the checks.
It's something to do with the way we recovered the checks.
All right.
The back page looks like an endorsement. Pay Bank of America deposit only. Looks like a signature, Bank of America.
Okay. And again, I'm just asking you to see if you recognize
What-
those checks.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I recognize
All right, tell me the second check, just
So-
the amount and what that's for.
The second check is for $225,000 payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. It indicates on the bottom that it's for fees. This would be part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check that had been voided.
All right.
And then the third check is $375,000 check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. and it indicates fees, and that would be the remainder of the rewrite of that $600,000 check initially written that was voided.
All right, and those second two were rewritten. Why?
At Alec's request, he had indicated that he was putting the money into two different vehicles or annuities, and needed the checks written that way.
Interesting.
All right. What did you do with those checks after you, the 3 checks after you had finally cut them?
Obviously, I signed them, and at some point in time, I think Alex sent somebody up to my office to pick them up. I don't think I delivered them. Oftentimes, I put checks in the mail. Sometimes when they're larger, I either offer to have them picked up or delivered, and I think he had somebody come pick those up from my office.
Like a law firm runner or somebody like that?
Something like that, yes, sir. I don't even think I was in the office when they picked it up.
You've known Alec for a long time, right?
Since they're since the mid '80s, yes, sir.
Worked with him for a long time?
Many times.
Did his explanation to you about what he was going to do, did that raise any suspicions with you, to your friend that you've known for such a long time?
No, sir. It was different, but it didn't raise any red flags or suspicions to me that anything wrong was going on.
But you trusted your friend, right?
Very much.
What was your perception of Alec's general wealth and success?
Thought he made a lot more money than I did. Always seemed to do well in his practice. All I ever heard is that he was one of the biggest producers in the firm. It's his family's name on the firm, but they acted like it was his name on the firm too. He and I handled big cases together. When I talked to the partners and other members of that firm, they were talking about big cases that they were handling with him. Felt like he did really well. We never got into direct discussions about the amount of money he made or the amount of money I made. We talked about, sometimes business and sometimes money and sometimes things, but I always thought he made a lot of money.
Is that part of the reason why your suspicions didn't arise when you were asked to do this request by Alec?
I guess so. Not so.
Probably
much.
because he was
Just
his friend, though.
I'd never had any dealings with him. I had any reason to distrust what he was telling me.
Yeah, it was his buddy. That's what it was.
I mean, he was a partner in that firm. He had the authority, as far as I knew, to make decisions. If he'd have wanted to reduce the fee and take less, and it was payable to the firm, I wouldn't have questioned that. I didn't feel like he had to have his authority, his partner's approvals to make those type decisions.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 347.
That's really weird.
Yes, sir. The first check is a check that was made in May of 2021, May 13th. To Peters, Parker, Murdaugh, Ellsworth, and Dietrich for $14,619.13. I don't think on the bottom it says anything, but this was a cost reimbursement check on one of those two cases. And then the second check is a check made payable on the same day, May 13th, for the same amount of money plus 1 cent, so for 14 cents. And it was cost reimbursement in the other case. And that's made payable to the law firm also.
Who was your assistant or paralegal at this point?
I think the camera guy's fallen asleep.
I mean, she's one of several, but Vicky is my primary paralegal.
There he goes.
Yeah. He's like, financial shit.
2021, did Vicky advise you of any inquiry coming from PMPED about where these fees were?
No, she didn't advise me in May about any inquiry about where the fees were. She had received an email in May from Alex Paralegal, Annette, that said, hey, we got the cost check, but we don't have the fees. Where are the fees? And she replied to that email to Annette and said, Your boss has already been paid the fees, just like mine and the other lawyer. Vicky replied to that email. I didn't know about that email until all of this came out in September of what was going on. I didn't know about that reply email to Annette. Vicky did receive another email from Annette, and as I recall, it was a email that Annette had received from Jeannie Seckinger that Vicky did forward to me sometime towards the end of May. I think she had gotten it, but she was out on vacation for a couple of days, and when she got back, she forwarded it to me. And it was an email from Jeannie Seckinger that said something to the effect of, Alec thought he was owed more cost in the case, had some questions about cost, and they were trying to get some information so they could determine if they were owed more cost. She did forward me that email.
Trying to work out which one of them's sniffing.
Sniffing.
348.
I can hear like sniffling.
Area stage 348 and see if you recognize that document.
I'm pretty sure Biden's not in the courtroom, so.
Yes, sir. This looks like the email string where Jeannie Seckinger, the Chief Financial Officer at PMPED,
Flux says for 5, and I'm
Griswold,
reading this.
which was Alec's
By the way,
primary
StreamYard's not
paralegal.
working, so I'm reading off the YouTube back end. Sorry, I can't pull it up.
Basically
Flux
says
says, Dick Poon,
that
this is
Cole, I don't
dumb.
even know who that is.
Dick
brought
Poon is a
them
new
the expense
goddamn.
check, and that didn't match their
Did we
records.
convict
Alec
on the finances
or
yet? No, we
outstanding
haven't. We
cost.
don't have a conviction. This
Can't
is
say
them
what.
trying the
And
finance
they, want to
case
see if they can get
in the middle of a
some
murder
information
case.
concerning expenses and
They are putting this on the record because they know
Annette
that this is
forwarded
being
that
streamed.
to
They know that this is being put out there.
my
They want to
paralegal
get this
Vicky on May
information
the
out there. And you know what? I
27th.
think they want to make it seem like, hey, we
Vicky was
tried.
out.
Even if we fail on the
Looks
murder
like
charges, we
Annette,
got him on this. And by the way, I don't doubt
asked her
any of this. I
again,
think they're going to get beyond a reasonable doubt on this.
on June the
However,
2nd, if she could get her some information.
this
Vicky replied
none
to
of this
Annette
is
that
relevant.
she didn't
They
deal
keep
with,
entering
some of the
information. He's
documentation they
reading this
requested, and that's what she
miscellaneous
reported.
bullshit. He's going line by line, itemizing each fucking check. It has nothing to do with this. You can read 100 checks unless they are for the murder weapon. What are we talking about? Why are we here doing this? You are wasting
point in
all of our
time-
time. You're wasting the court's time.
Or Alex Fee still in your.
This is literally the inappropriate forum for it.
It's infuriating because it's so wildly inappropriate to be doing
The check
this.
is March. I don't know the exact date, but they were dispersed in 3 separate checks in March.
I'm just mad at this point, and I'm sure Jeff is going to be pissed off too because this is wasting all of our time, and they're doing it because they have a weak case. Any prosecution with a strong case would never try
I
to
believe
do
I had a
this.
conversation with Lee.
Ever.
Cole.
No.
I was trying to case
Throwing
in
out a
Hampton.
massive amount of evidence to say we have all this evidence. It's circumstantial. It's
before
not
that,
relevant, but we have all these
and I was
facts.
in and out of their
Okay.
office. And,
Put them
I
together
believe I had a
coherently.
conversation with Lee. That
Make
would've
a
been
story that
like
people
the
can
week of May the
believe. Eliminate
24th or
reasonable
some of
doubt.
those
That's your
days in
job,
there.
not
And I believe I had
this
a conversation
bullshit.
with
Whatever the
Lee.
fuck
He
this
asked me,
this South Kakalaki bullshit
if all
is.
the
This
money
is
had
not.
been dispersed
This
in
is
the
not a
Ferris
proper
case.
court case. It's not a
And
proper.
I told him that
murder
it had
trial.
not been, that we had
No.
some liens outstanding, medical bills and liens outstanding, and we were holding money for some additional.
And this is
costs
ju-
in
it's
case things came
justifiably
in.
pissed.
And he didn't
Yeah.
ask me any further questions.
And I've been holding back from talking over these folks because I try to let them speak and I try not to do this, but at some point you gotta say something.
There's no point. Like, they're not saying anything of relevance. It's not like it's going. There's not like they're going to drop a massive bombshell and go, "Oh, and by the way, is this the chick that paid the hitman?"
Right, exactly. Like,
I reached out to
is
Alex.
this the bribe? Is this the cartel bribe?
I mean, I don't know what
Yeah.
all we talked about in that call. but
He got fucked out of some legal fees.
Hey, I've got
Sure,
this email
sure, that's
that's been
great.
forwarded to me by Vicky.
Did he go
where
kill
your
the
firm is saying
paralegal?
that
Did he go
you
murder
believe you're owed
the
more cost.
defendant? Did he come for
I
you
put
for the
cost
money?
down
What?
on the cost on the disbursement sheet that you had given me.
Did he
Was
invite
the
you to the
beneficiary of
kennel?
the annuity someone? Like, it's just
We were holding
Was-
some
it's
money.
infuriating.
Was
Some medical
Cash
bills
there
and liens. With
watching?
the client's consent, we were holding some money in case additional costs come in. Sometimes costs are slow coming in.
Was
and
the
that's
chick
normal.
in there?
And if there's an issue, just let me know. He said, I'll check on it, or there's not an issue, or I'll check on it. And I said, hey, this is the case that I dispersed the fees to you, per your request. is everything all right? He said, yeah, I just got to make sure they know it's on the books the right way, and that this is the case that we've already worked out, the put it on the books.
Did he tell you he had structured those fees and annuities as he had told you before?
So he lied through his teeth, basically.
Annuities.
Put them in the annuities. Firm's gonna make sure they're on the books.
As far as I knew, the firm was aware that the monies had been paid to him, that he was putting them into annuities, that they would credit him as already having been paid, and they would account for that whenever or however they split up money.
Just to be clear, those funds were not in your trust account. They were gone at that point.
And so they've been gone since March, and whenever those checks are cashed after I wrote them in March.
$792,000.
So
For purposes of this hearing,
I feel it necessary to make sure people know that there's a distinction here too. At this point, what he's done that's involved Chris hasn't involved any money that's owed to anyone aside from the firm. This isn't client money or anything like this. This is the fees that were supposed to be paid to Alex's firm.
Correct.
So, like, I know it's a distinction without a difference because it's still stealing, but it's internal. As bad as that sounds, like there is a difference there.
No, there isn't.
after the murders, did you?
I've got one.
You good?
No, Flux, we don't have Groundhog's Day. Although every other Thursday feels like it.
Is he crying?
There you go. That's where the sniffling was. It was him.
A few weeks after.
I mean, I
did you,
get it. This sucks. This guy was screwed over. His friend betrayed him. You know, it's really deplorable.
Yes, sir. I don't
And
remember if it
you know,
was
it deserves its
2
own
weeks
form
or
of
3
justice
weeks or what it
outside of this
was.
courtroom.
Oh, Alex is crying too.
Everybody was destroyed. I think he might was focusing on that. I know I wasn't, but at some point in time after that, I just said, "Hey, is everything all right with the, contact I got him with those fees?" And he said it was.
These are the friend. These were friends. Long time friends. That's the damage here.
Mid-July 2021, over a month after the murders, did Alec call you up and ask you anything about these fees?
He did.
Tell me what the conversation with Alec was about these fees.
He contacted me and said that he was not able to structure the fees the way that he thought he was going to be able to do, that he had messed that up, and that the fees needed to be paid to the firm, and they needed to go back through my trust account.
Yeah. And what did you say at that point?
I didn't see anything that caused me any red flags or anything, and felt like if that's what had to be done, that the fees had to be paid to his firm and needed to go back through my trust account. He could send me the money and I could run it back through my trust account and then pay it to his firm.
Way to try and cover his ass using someone else's trust account. Jesus.
So he's promising, he's saying, I will send you the money back. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ultimately receive any funds?
600,000 of the 792.
You only received 600,000?
Yes, sir.
And how did you receive that? Do you recall?
I think it came in 2 different wires, that either came on the same day or on back-to-back days.
Did one of those wires come from Palmetto State Bank for $350,000?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And that was on or about July 15th?
That sounds right. Yes, sir.
And the other was about $250,000 on July 16th, 2021?
I believe from Bank of America. Yes, sir.
That was only $600,000?
Yes, sir.
So you're short from what you'd already given to Alec, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much are you short?
$192,000.
$192,000.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation
a lot of money.
with Alec about being short?
Mm-hmm.
And what was your conversation with Alec?
He told me that he wasn't able to access the $192,000 immediately, that he had already put it into the annuity, but he couldn't do it the way he wanted to, but he couldn't access it because it would be penalized if it was withdrawn, and that he would get me the money.
So what did you do in response to what your friend told you to do, or told you about the reason why he was short $192,000?
I mean, at that point, I had an indication that I was supposed to have $792,000 in my trust account that was supposed to have been paid to his firm. I'm responsible for that trust account. I put $192,000 of my own money in that trust account to cover the shortfall.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
Get you back.
Yes, sir.
Idiot. Like, I get why he did it, but idiot.
Yeah. He covered for him.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 349, states 349 for this in-camera hearing, and do you recognize that?
I do.
Tell me what that is, please.
This is an email.
Yeah, now that's a motive for murder.
Yeah.
Just
No,
the wrong-
if
just the wrong
this
guy.
if this guy was murdered, or like his staff or anybody, if this guy was involved in the murder, I would believe it, right? People get killed for less. For $200,000, yeah, someone could get killed for sure.
$192,000 in the lady's case, which represent attorney's fees. I'll continue to hold these monies in trust until I am instructed by you or your firm regarding payment.
He's lucky to be alive. He could have been next.
Seriously.
More to the point, he stole all these millions of dollars over 10 years, and he couldn't pull 200,000 together.
From the law firm.
Like, where's it all gone?
Orders. I didn't hear anything else from the law firm at all until September the 3rd, 2021, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Mr. Lee Cope called me. The first question he asked me was I still holding $792,000 in my firm? That seemed to be his first concern, and I said, yes, I am. And he said, well, we need to get that money paid to us. And then he told me that they had discovered a check that I think I remember him telling me that was from me to Alec in the firm, and that they had discovered that Alec was stealing money from the firm and from clients, and that he could not talk very long, and asked me not to say anything to anybody until the following Tuesday when they could issue a press release.
Let me slow you down just real quick before we get there. At some point in time in August, did you attend any event or any conference where you saw Alec?
I did.
And what was that?
It's called South Carolina Association of Justice now. I still call it the Trial Lawyers Association. We have an annual convention in Hilton Head every August, the first weekend, and I usually attend and was there. And Alec was
there. Alec there?
I did.
And did you have any conversation with him at that conference about the $192,000 that you covered for him when he was going to pay that back?
I believe I asked him about it, and he indicated he was working on it. Some discussion about his father's estate. His father had just passed, and there would be money coming from the estate, and then with Maggie's estate being tied up, also.
Did he say he might sell some property or something like that?
I think he did mention that he was working towards selling some property.
At this point in time, still with a couple of months after the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul, were you still very sensitive to your friend's emotional health and well-being?
Sure. I didn't push him.
Didn't push him?
No, sir.
Some point after that conference where you asked him about it, didn't want to push him, did you have another conversation with him about when that money might be paid?
I believe I did, yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 350 for this hearing, so you can recognize that.
I do.
Tell me what that is.
It is a very rudimentary, handwritten, scratched out promissory note that I asked Alec to sign for me, which he did August 17th of 2021. Acknowledging that I had loaned him $192,000 that he would repay within 60 days, I think is what it says.
And tell me how the circumstances of how you came to get this essentially on a folded piece of paper. This is a copy of it, right?
It is, yes, sir.
All right, tell me about it, please.
That was more about, I wanted to get repaid my money as quickly as possible, but that was more about, I was concerned, just like everybody else, everybody in his firm and everybody in his family, that he was going to do something to himself, that he was going to kill himself.
Yeah.
And
there you go.
Oh, so you wanted evidence of it?
No,
yeah. He wanted something in case he carked it, so it'd come out of the estate. Classy.
And so that was more. I went to him and said, "Alec, look,
He's a little low.
I ain't even asked this, but
Yeah.
do this in case
Sorry.
something happens to you." And I phrased it like if you get hit by a car or something, but it was more about worried about what he might do. And I need to ask you to do this so that if there's a problem, I can deal with it. And he did. He didn't have a problem with it.
You already said this part, but at some point, a few weeks later, you get a call from Lee Cope asking about those fees and saying that Alec had been stealing money, right?
Yes, sir.
That hit you like thunderbolt?
It knocked me down. I mean, I was with a group of guys. I could not talk. Lee told me he could not talk very long. I didn't know how to react.
Did you try to get in touch with Alec?
I did. I mean, I couldn't do it immediately. I think I spoke to Lee for just a minute. He told me I needed to call him right back. I called him back. We talked for just a minute. He couldn't talk long. He said he had other things to take care of to deal with all of what was going on.
You remember what day this is?
September 3rd, Friday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
2021?
2021. Yes, sir.
You remember it like it was yesterday?
I can tell you exactly where I was and who I was with.
Tell me more about what happened.
I finished up what I was doing with that group. I think I tried to call Alec, or I know I texted him. And I believe I tried to call also, and I couldn't get him.
Did you continue to try to contact him?
I did. I think he did respond maybe that afternoon later and said, I forget what it was. It was in a meeting or something. I'll call you back as soon as I can. But at some point in time, I kept trying to get him, and we did talk later.
What did you talk about? What day was that when you finally were able to talk to him?
I think I did speak to him that evening, this Friday, September the 3rd, by phone.
Flux, at this point, I'm hoping someone just stands up in the middle of court and does it, let alone calling the court.
Called me and told me what's going on, what is going on. He said, I really can't talk about it much right now. I said, I need to talk to you, and I want it to be in person. I need to know what's going on. And
What happened next?
well, he said he would try to meet with me the next morning, and that he was sorry. And I don't remember all the gist of that conversation, but the next morning I tried to call him. I woke up and I started driving towards Beaufort because I thought he was staying at John Marvin's house down that way. And I started calling him and driving his direction. And eventually he called me back and said he would meet me in Alameda at his mom and daddy's house.
Did you meet him there?
I did.
Was that in the morning of September 4th?
Probably a little bit before lunchtime, kind of late morning. Yes, sir.
Did y'all have a conversation?
We did.
Where was the conversation?
I got there before he did. I don't think I pulled in the driveway. I kind of waited out on the road, pulled in the driveway. We went in the side door. The caregiver was there. We went out onto the front porch and we talked on the front porch.
And what did he say to you?
I mean, the first thing I asked him is, Alec, what the F or what the H is
Yeah,
going on here?
I bet you were dropping some F bombs.
What's going on?
I bet you were
done
like,
something
yo,
else
fuck
to
this.
me or that involves me that I don't know
Oh,
about?
yeah.
Because I know about this and I've got to deal with this, but is there something else you've done that I don't know about that I need to be concerned with?
Oh, no, well, the jury's not there. They don't have to suffer through this till tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, if
Said,
it goes
I
in,
can't right this second. He
I haven't heard
went inside, came
one
back out
thing.
with some paper towels and told me that he had a drug problem.
No, at this point, if the judge allows this in, I'm calling bias,
He had been
like,
addicted for,
massively.
I don't remember if he said 20 or 20 plus years, but for 20 years or so.
Did he say anything about the money?
He told me that he had been stealing money.
Did he have a particular phrase about what he had done to you?
Shit me up.
He said he shit you up.
Shit me up or shit me off or something like that. But I think it was he'd shit me up.
He said that
I believe all this, by the way. I think this is completely credible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Said he.
I have no issues with the testimony. It's literally just that it has nothing to do with the murder.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 313 in this in-camera hearing. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
I think this is the original of that $225,000 fee check written in the gentleman's case directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
Is that your signature on it?
It is.
How did that conversation end?
Please tell me you hit him. Please tell me you hit him. At least spice this up slightly.
I don't remember exactly how it ended, Mr. Waters. I was so mad. I'd loved the guy for so long. And I probably still loved him a little bit, but I was so mad. And I don't remember how it ended. I left.
I'm sure.
I mean, I asked him, how did I not know these things or see these things, and we talked. He was concerned about me getting my $192,000 back. Seemed concerned. Told him I wasn't worried about that at that point. I wanted to make sure there wasn't something else.
This was a little bit before lunch on September 4th.
Yes, sir.
You
We didn't leave. We didn't. I'm sure I yelled at the beginning, or at least raised my voice, but I didn't leave yelling and screaming and hollering. We didn't fight. But I left. I wasn't happy.
Bet you regret that now.
So after you left, you remember?
I rode through Hampton. Actually, we threw Hardee's and grabbed something for a bite of lunch on the road and headed back to Columbia where I live.
Yeah, mind you, the prosecution is putting this man through this 3 times.
About how
3
long
times.
after you left Alec
Now,
or something?
tomorrow,
Stopped in my office
and in the
Bamberg,
financial
post
crime
office,
case.
picked something up, and
Sure.
And this is the prosecution
somewhere between Bamberg
choosing
and
to do
Columbia
that.
when I got a call. It was either from Randy or Lee Cope, but I believe it was Lee Cope.
What were you informed?
That Alec had been shot in the head and that he was on a helicopter going to the hospital in Savannah. And I think it was Savannah Hospital, but they said the hospital, but I believe it said Savannah Hospital.
What did you do in response to that information?
What the devil's going on? I thought he tried to kill himself. I didn't think he was suicidal when I left, but when I heard that, I thought he tried to kill himself.
Did you go to the scene or did you return back home?
I went back home.
You try to reach out to Alec after that?
I did not. I talked to his brother Randy, I think some that same day and some on the next day. But by that time, frankly, all this had, for lack of a better term, blown up to where I didn't think I'd be able to talk to Alec. And I don't know that I wanted to.
Have you had a conversation with him since?
I have not spoken to him since that morning at Alameda.
Have you had any other communication with him?
He's texted me once or twice, to which I've responded something very generic, like I'm thinking about your family. And I think he may have written a letter, some short letter that, frankly, I turned over to my lawyers.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 351. See if you recognize that.
I do.
It's the letter.
This is one of the texts that I received from Alec. And my response.
Is that a number you previously had recognized being Alex?
I don't know if I'd ever seen that number before, but it's not the normal cell phone number that I would have used to contact him or he to contact me. I mean, there was sometimes he'd tell me he was calling me from the phone in his car. Sometimes it would be a number I didn't recognize.
Screen there.
Yes, sir.
Does it say, "So sorry for all the havoc I created for you. I'd do anything to make it right"?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. That's all the questions for this in-camera hearing, Your Honor.
Oh,
By the defense.
so
No
wait,
questions, John.
Seriously?
it's not relevant. So, I mean, none of that was relevant.
I mean, they could have at least asked him if he owned a blackout.
Oh, come on. There was a little moment there where they kind of like almost looked at each other.
Anticipate on this matter.
There's a lot of moving parts, Your Honor. I do have a law firm witness that I would like to call on this particular matter, one of the partners. We have the Satterfield matter. There is a confession of judgment, but we can present testimony on that as well. And we have a bank witness to establish the financial condition of Alec at the time these murders happened, which was he was burning through cash like crazy. He was out of options. The $792,000 was gone in no time at all. And I think the evidence is very compelling that for an extended period of time, he had been living in a velocity of money that is really quite stunning. And he constantly had to achieve more money to avoid
default,
the reckoning that was happening. I'm sorry.
And I don't doubt that this could have been.
And so it will show on that particular day that on June 7th, 2021, when he's being asked about these Ferris fees, the financial condition is not good. There's not that money there. He's extremely leveraged in the debt that he has. And
That is not a motive for this murder, though.
where he
Right.
is forced to do all these things that we've been showing through Ms.
How is that
Seconder
going to solve
to
that?
stay afloat and to stay one step.
How is
step
killing
ahead.
his wife going to
And
keep
for
him
the
afloat?
jury to understand?
She didn't have life insurance on her, did she?
Basically,
No.
They have to
So
understand
it's not going to. I mean,
what is being potentially exposed.
unless she had assets in her own name that would have passed to him, like shares or a trust or something.
This
But
is
I
not-
mean, they haven't provided any evidence that any of that exists, nor would they need to drag all of this through for that.
Right.
Well, I asked the question.
Yes,
You're- I guess this is still your answer. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. So anyway, this is the kind of case where, for example, he mentions the Bose case out of the gate. The Bose case, the hearing was going to be that week. We will establish evidence that the hearing was to get access or get identification of his accounts. Once that happens, that he would be unable, there would be not long before what had been going on would be exposed. And what we're talking about, and this is really how it's different from some of the other res juste and other cases that you're looking at, is it's really about what is about to be exposed. And what we're talking about, again, is a decade of malfeasance and misappropriation that ultimately would result in the charges that it's resulted in, as well as loss of his livelihood and loss of his law degree. And that's the real fear that was there. And when we look at June 7th in particular, at that point in time, he's out of options. We've heard from Ms. Seconder that in the past, if he'd been able to pay that money or repay that money, then he could always kick that can down the road. But on this particular day, the state believes we have evidence, and we believe it's a
On
reasonable
that
inference
day.
from those evidence that he was out of options. But for the jury to really understand what's going on, they have to understand the full picture of what this man has been doing and what he's been trying to hide. And frankly, what he was able to successfully hide in the wake of these murders. The bank witnesses will also establish, relevant specifically to this particular witness and the events that you've heard about, is that one of the first things that Mr. Murdaugh did, business related, was to secure $600,000. He got a loan from PSB, Palmetto State Banks, that wasn't even on the books. They just wired the money. Russell Lafitte wired the money, $350. He borrowed $250,000 from another person, and that's the $600 that he gave to Chris, that he used to talk Chris into telling PMPED that all $792 were back in the account. And so again, that's one of the first things he did.
Yeah, okay. So he wasn't able to pull all the money back. Again, none of this has anything to do with murder.
To get that money in there, and it did. It saved.
They're trying for prior bad acts, and it's not applicable.
Things that have been occurring over a while ultimately turned her attention back to Alec. It doesn't change the fact that it did effectively delay that time period and delay the ultimate detection of that. And he was able to put that money in, much as he was able to do when he stole $125,000 from his brother, or he used the firm credit card, or what we see throughout this throughout the extent of his financial matters. So the bank witness ultimately will establish two things. Number one, his financial condition at the time, and number two, his efforts in the wake of the murders to secure that additional money so that he could get enough back to Chris Wilson to talk him into telling the law firm that there was nothing to see here, that everything was okay. And frankly, it worked until two things happened. Number one, Ms. Sechinger started to look back at the Hirschberg matter, and then more importantly, and we have another law firm witness. I don't know what the check's up on the screen. Stand by for me, Your Honor.
I don't think he was
found this check right here.
The
this
thing
very
is,
one in his office.
They could say all
right
these
around
things
that same
happened at the
in
time,
early
but
September.
how does
And at
this
that
solve?
point in
How does the murder solve
they
it?
knew
How does that
he had been
fix
lying
it? How
to
does
them
what's
about
the
these
motive to
particular
commit
fees, and
a
that's what
murder
caused everything
that
to
will
unravel.
relieve
And
him of
then,
this?
Just like we see, Your Honor, with what happened on June 7th, 2021, within a short period of time, the side of the road happened.
We're now in a different case. We're in a
Alec
completely different case.
immediately claims that he was the victim of a horrible attack, and everyone immediately assumes that the bad guys are back. There's a symmetry, Your Honor, between what happens on the side of the road
So
and what
there's a
happens on
cemetery.
June 7th, because when the
captions
hounds
are
are at the
horrible.
door, when Hannibal's at the gates for Alec Murdaugh, violence happens. And the
Wait,
same
so,
thing happened.
so Alec Murdaugh
on
is
the side of
Rome?
the road.
You know, Rome wins
happened
that
on
one,
June
right?
7th. And for this jury
Eventually.
to understand the real picture of this man that I will remind Your Honor, I know you're well aware of, that they have already repeatedly put into issue his character and what a loving father he was and all the rest of it. They need to understand really what this man was hiding. And he was hiding something we have never seen before. And the pressures of that are important for the jury to understand why this man might do that.
Why would he? You haven't explained that. None of that explains that. Pressure does not explain.
Any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to respond.
Please do.
What you've heard thus far today does not establish that Hannibal's at the gate in any form or fashion. What you heard from Ms. Sechinger, is that what's the language she used? Hang on, I've got it right here.
Come on,
Quote,
buddy.
There's a history of trust and brotherhood in that firm, and that some similar events have happened in the past where Alec had been overdrawn with the firm through loan checks or expense checks, and that eventually the money gets paid back and everyone goes about their merry way. I mean that is basically what she testified to, Your Honor, and this sort of concept that Alec committed murders to cause a delay in the firm investigating this diversion of fees was debunked by her own testimony, where she said, number one, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was going back in the hospital to die, and that I stopped in my tracks and I became a friend and stopped looking, and that Mr. Murdaugh did die. I mean, that's what stopped her conversation, and that's what stopped her inquiry on June the 7th by her own testimony. And then you go forward, and then she says she passed it off to Lee Cope, and then Lee Cope kept following up, and he communicated with Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wilson sent an email. Alec had gotten money back into the account. And frankly, Your Honor, if this plays out as we attach to our response, the draft transcript from the trial testimony in Russell Lafitte's case, that Mr. Murdaugh had in progress at Palmetto State Bank a loan application to get refinancing, and that Maggie's murder stopped and delayed that. And it had the complete opposite effect.
See that this
He
is
wasn't-
more. Yeah, this
he
is better
wasn't
proof
at the
because
end
it's
of his
related
rope.
to it.
The murder of Maggie.
The defense is at least tying it together.
You know, the murder of Maggie actually caused a delay in the refinancing of the Edisto house, and it precluded getting additional loans from Moselle. And so those are the facts. And how murdering Maggie Murdaugh and murdering Paul Murdaugh eased his financial stress. It didn't. There's no financial gain, as we said. There's no life insurance.
There you
There's
go.
nothing
No
to be
life
gained by
insurance,
it.
guys. No
And so
life
there's
insurance.
no logical connection from his, disastrous financial house and potentially having to be answer to financial misconduct within the firm, losing his law license, being criminally prosecuted first, and it's all just a theory. There's no facts. It's all just a theory. But the theory is, the best way out is for him to murder his wife and son and put himself bullseye in that circle that you heard about in the testimony of this case, and that he is prime suspect number one because he's the father, he's the husband, he finds the bodies, they show up, and he's holding a shotgun, and he does that to get out from under scrutiny of a $700,000 diversion of fees.
Yeah, that doesn't add up.
With a history of trust and brotherhood in that law firm, Your Honor, there is no logical connection whatsoever, and it does not lead to evidence of motive. And we can have more testimony, but frankly, Your Honor, it doesn't meet. And then if we go into 403 and unfair prejudice, you heard a lot of unfair prejudice here, but the undue delay, confusion of the issues to the jury, they've got a whole lot more evidence about financial misconduct than they have about a murder.
Yep.
And
that's a good
guilt
quote
in the murder case. And that's what this is all about.
With regard to the list of other witnesses that Mr. Waters indicates that the state has, for purposes of the court being able to do an analysis as to whether there's clear and convincing evidence, you have indicated with regard to some of the witnesses, some of the files, you do not or did not contest them. But if you have a few employees from the law firm, including Lee Cope, Secretary or Administrative Assistant, excluding someone from the bank. Who's the other person you mentioned?
Well, we have also the Satterfield, which of course we have a confession of judgment for purposes of this hearing, that might be sufficient for your court's analysis, although the circumstances I think are very relevant. And then with the boat case, the one thing I want to add, and that would be Mark Tinsley in the boat case, is to understand the context of the boat case and understand how this all relates to everything. Is not only was the discovery there, being sought by Mr. Tinsley, but there will be testimony. And again, this is all in transcripts, which they have. And I don't know. I've talked with the defense about, obviously they don't have to concede and they'll be able to cross and all the rest of it. But it is in transcripts. They've had a chance to review it, whether or not that's sufficient, at least for an in-camera determination. But one of the things that Mark Tinsley will say was the very aggressive posture which they were taking in the boat case, which meant that Alec Murdaugh was not a defendant of convenience, that the goal of the litigation, at least as it related to him, was a personal recovery. And that is why he was proceeding so aggressively in that particular case. Mark Tinsley will also say that, and we'll talk about how that litigation was going, but we'll also say that after the crimes of June 7th, 2021, that landscape completely changed. This was an extremely significant liability, and the testimony will be that that aggressive posture, seeking a personal recovery from Murdaugh, actually of $10 million, that they weren't coming off that, and that was the manner in which that litigation was going. Once the murders happened, that was done. And Mr. Tinsley will testify to that, at least the posture that they were taking.
What? I don't get what that argument was at all. I don't even know what he was trying to say. That and how that's relevant.
yeah.
Like, I don't even get that. I legitimately don't even understand what he was trying to say. And I'm paying attention here, but
The court has heard sufficient amount of
oh my God.
received sufficient amount of evidence to make a determination regarding clear and convincing evidence involving the law firm, and do not need to hear from Mr. Cope or the other witness, what's her name? Ms. Griswold, in order to make that determination of there being clear and convincing evidence.
Oh my God.
With regard to Satterfield, you do have a confession of judgment, which the court has not seen or reviewed. With regard to the boat case, there's been no testimony in the record regarding the impact of that on Mr.
I cannot believe they're allowing
Murdaugh's state of mind or the like. So Mr. Tinsley, and particularly considering the representations by counsel that the plaintiffs in that case were just seeking a financial statement, basically. And so the court can hear from Mr. Tinsley, review the confession of judgment, then hear arguments from the parties once again regarding the admissibility of all of this as relates to these other bad acts, and also the limitation on this, if any.
Two matters right now. I do have the confession of judgment, which I can mark, as well as
This
the
judge is definitely taking a side here if he's allowing all this.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh my God.
Trial.
Hey, Max.
Dick Poon is angry.
Make a determination.
As well he should be.
Convincing evidence.
Two issues. It would be, of course, we have the bank witnesses.
All this is shown is clear and convincing evidence that the court is biased.
And there's that.
The bank witness is also included. I overlooked mentioning the bank witness.
I do have and that we can definitely do that in the morning. I do have a problem, unfortunately, that Mr. Tinsley's not available in the morning, but can be here first thing Monday morning, Your Honor. We can handle the bank witnesses in the morning. And again, we do have a transcript.
These guys are ready to add another 2 weeks to the trial.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we have filed a separate motion with the court on the admissibility of essentially Mr. Tinsley's testimony for any consideration by the court, because he's giving, a legal opinion. It's a judicial decision. It's not Mr. Tinsley's decision, and we've submitted that to the court. So we don't think anything Mr. Tinsley has to say would be relevant. We'd be prepared to argue that tomorrow or tonight if you'd like.
Well, I haven't received that motion.
Here's a clocked in copy.
When was it clocked in?
January 24th, 2023.
January 24th.
Whoa.
That's Tuesday. When was it? Last Tuesday.
Seems like yesterday.
The court had a missing motion for a week, people.
Wow.
I did see that. I didn't realize that was pertaining to Mr. Tinsley.
Yes.
Well, we'll address Mr. Tinsley's issue when Mr. Tinsley is available. I cannot conclude based on argument that his testimony will only be relate to a question of law. So we'll defer anything, any presentation until Mr. Tinsley is available, and then we can press on with the other witnesses tomorrow morning before the jury gets here at 11:30. We'll start at 9:30. Hopefully that 2-hour window will be sufficient with a break in there somewhere. Regarding the Satterfield matter, what's the defense's position on that?
Yeah. Your Honor, we agree that they have a confession of judgment. We agree that there's an order disbarring him for that conduct, and they concluded that confession of judgment, even though it has a disclaimer. Anyway, the Supreme Court concluded that is an admission. So for purposes of disbarment, and I'd be hard pressed to argue against that satisfying, clear, and convincing standard. That's all.
And what year was that? The wrongful conduct.
Well, yeah, well, the Satterfield matter, I don't have it off the top of my head, but it was quite some time ago.
2019, 20.
Digger, from the looks of it, he's leaning towards letting it in. There's going to be some more arguments in the morning, apparently, about a Mr. Tinsley. But yeah, this is a bit of a joke at this stage. Not going to lie.
Separately, aside from the court determining just the issues in general regarding whether or not this testimony should be admitted on motive, identity, common scheme, race geste. There's a separate issue regarding remoteness. And of course, I know the state believes that this is a thread that's woven through all of one thing to the other that culminates in the conduct on June 7th. We'll hear arguments on that later.
Not to belabor the point, the additional ground would be consciousness of guilt, which is a basis for admissibility. And again, that's kind of what we're talking about. I mean, that goes under 404, but the case law is long. The consciousness of guilt is fear of detection is a basis for
You submitted something on that?
I'll get you some additional cases on that.
I feel like they're going to let all this shit in.
Yeah. The way that he just said, have you submitted any documents or case summaries in relation to this? He's looking for an excuse to ignore him.
I don't know either.
So again, he's trying to
I don't know. Would this judge be elected?
avoid facing life without parole.
I think probably
his livelihood, and for the jury to understand that, it's more than just $792,000.
Let me look.
It's this entire.
Oh, for frick's sake!
Really, the issue is avoiding that detection.
Okay, well, we've done enough on this day. We'll resume at 9:30.
Your Honor, you've done enough in this position.
You've done enough, period. So apparently in South Carolina, most judges do not participate in popular elections, but are instead chosen by the legislators, by a legislative election of judges. Apparently that's also how it goes down in Virginia. Okay, well, interesting. So you see Papa Murdaugh. Let's see. Do we see James? Don't see him. This was definitely not James. This weirdo who's wiping his nose and was leaning forward. That guy was fucking weird.
Yeah.
Very weird. But anyways, I am not hopeful for this. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I am not hopeful for this this trial, that they are going to keep the evidence in here that is relevant to the case. I've now lost faith in this judge, that he's doing any analysis and consideration. He said, no, I don't need to hear anything else. I already know that we have clear and convincing evidence. And we're just gonna let in all this stuff. It sounds like he's reaching for any case law, anything he can. He's pretty much saying, present testimony that's relevant to something, and I'll let it in. It's it's a extraordinarily permissive view. We'll see what happens tomorrow during the morning, but RIP Jeff. I mean, we'll have to talk about what we're doing, because I'll straight up say it. If this is going for another, if they're adding 3 weeks, is now a 6-week trial that goes into other trial dates. I'm not sticking. I would move to the other trials. I would prefer to move to another trial rather than go through three weeks of financial crimes, because we were here. Everybody was watching this trial. We were participating for a murder trial, not for a financial crime trial. And this is what it appears they want to conduct here in this courtroom. They're conducting a financial trial. I mean, and I believe there's even counterproof that would show that this would hurt him. I don't understand logically. How does murdering someone get you in less trouble? How does that relieve pressure absent life insurance? Because the whole thing is, okay, if there was some baller ass life insurance policy, a couple $1 million, maybe that'll save you. But it seems like he was burning through so much money and was so leveraged that even millions of dollars wasn't helping him. It seemed like he had so many loans that, and the amount he owed was in the millions, that like $1 million, $2 million policy wouldn't have even scratched the surface of apparently the principal that he owed. And this leads me to believe, by the way, if he's borrowing that much money, that he would have gone the route of the cartels, that he would have gone the route of the shady money lenders, right? The type of people who do kill your family, right? That's building motive for that. In fact, that's what I'm more likely to believe, given the dragging on of this case, is that as you go down that road, you're going to need to look outside of a bank. People were saying, look, I've worked for a bank. This is not how banks operate. They don't typically send out money. It must have been a buddy who wired over money, because you get in deep shit. I mean, that person is 100% fired, if not prosecuted for wiring money from a bank. I think it was Palmetto State Bank, for wiring money directly to him with no paperwork off the books, just wiring money to Alex. That's insane. That to me is insane.
Never going to happen anywhere else. Like that's just.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, y'all work hard on some memes here, but I'll just post this one here real quick. I mean, at this point, it truly is clown world to even consider to do that, just because you're afraid that maybe potentially at some point you might get overturned. And I understand judges are afraid of that. They want to be right, but he's going down a road.
So afraid of being, you can be so afraid of being wrong that you're wrong anyway by swinging the other direction.
Right. You're opening it up for appeal, right? You're opening it up wide for appeal, and you're opening it up for this to be pretty much a mockery of a case, since people are watching this and they're seeing what evidence you're presenting. And they had some good stuff. They had some momentum. They could go off that momentum. And if there was a specific loan that was coming due that day, as in, this day he had millions of dollars, okay, but I haven't even heard that. The testimony didn't even tell me that a maturity date was coming on that day. All I heard was general information about how he fucked his friend over, how he screwed some law firms over, how he wasn't, was borrowing money. Okay, that's fine, but that sounds routine. That day does not sound special to me from anything they've prevented so far. I think that's what the prosecutor is saying, but it doesn't paint that picture at all. I think they're just hoping to say, hey, he owed all this money, and because he owed all this money, he's guilty.
He owed all this money. He had a friend that found out that he owed some of it, that he'd misappropriated from trust or whatever the hell else, and that was enough to send him over the deep end, and plug his wife and kid. Like, what the hell?
And they're doing. I mean,
this isn't even the same day, is it?
No, they're doing the perp walk right now. No, not the same day at all. Walking him out, put him in the cage. Yeah, he is pretty tall. I think he's my height, so. I mean, I can imagine that's got to be uncomfortable as fuck. Those things are not made for tall folks. Got some good old boys watching them there. All right, so we will see where this case goes. Let me know, guys. What do you think? And let me do one more poll. The guilt innocence poll. Let's see. Did that move your needle at all? Or rather, guilty or not guilty? Because once again, I'm tired here. Not guilty does not mean innocence. You can be very, very much guilty in or sorry, very much not innocent, right? But still be not guilty of that specific crime. So
Yes.
let me drop that in the chat there for you guys to vote. I want to see before, by the way, we were at about 65-35. So about 65% of you thought he was not guilty, 35, and that's up. It's up from the 70, 80%, near 80% in the beginning thought he was not guilty. Now it's down to 65. But let's see what you guys think here. How do I think this ends? I don't know. I don't want to call it. I mean, because the jury may just be so tired they convict. Who knows? Who knows? Let's see. Simbat says court TV lawyers agree with you. Wow. For once they agree. Holy shit. Maybe Chanley is watching me. Hey, Chanley. Hey, Chanley, by the way. Much love, baby. Much love. I know she got some shit during the death trial, but she's still my girl. So I mean that's pretty much. I can't predict the way it could go. Maybe these people don't like the Murdaughs. Maybe they got something in for the Blue Bloods. Maybe the proof is so shocking they think they're guilty. Maybe they want to stick it to them because they're rich. Who knows? There's a lot of reasons why they could convict, other than the facts of the case or the law here. But I think on the law, I think they are setting themselves up for him to be ultimately let free on these criminal charges. Because I think he could win an appeal. I think they will get him on the financial crimes because those are very strict liability. You send money, you receive money, you shouldn't. You do it through a fraudulent manner, you're going to be in trouble. And I think they've got that. And if they say on another case they have a confessed judgment, I think he's going to be in big trouble.
The problem that I have is that I think that everyone on that jury, irrespective of what they know about the murder and what they don't, they pretty much know that he's going down for the financial crimes. Now, with the judge allowing this evidence in, it makes it look like the financial crimes are a big deal towards the murder, which they're not. I'm sorry, they're just not. They're irrelevant to it. But to me, this feels like a snow job to blind them into saying, oh, the financial stuff is significantly more important than it actually is, and it's a reason you should convict him for murdering his wife and son.
Right.
Like, it's not, no.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree on that. Guys, if you agree with us, make sure you're subscribed to everybody. Make sure you checked into Aussie Overlord. He's been a fucking champ, a mate for hanging out with us and chilling with both me and Vice throughout this, putting up with this visual and audio torture that we've been dealing with for the last 2 days. So please support both of us. By the way, you guys are back to 80-20, back to 80% not guilty, 20% guilty. You guys are back. I think they did lose that momentum they had. They did lose some momentum.
No, fair enough.
Yeah. Let's see. So we will see.
It's changed. No life insurance, no motive. Well.
Sorry, guys. I got to check the back end here since StreamYard is being weird, and it's been weird a couple days. So it's it's something that's that a lot of us are dealing with. Go ahead, Hayden. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine. I was just responding to something someone in chat. Changed your mind. No insurance, no motive. Look, I don't know that it ever really was a motive. I mean, he never held a life insurance policy, irrespective whether it was for their benefit or not. And guys, I saw some people saying, judge is corrupt, judge is biased, all that sort of thing. You don't have to be biased or corrupt to make a bad decision. Let's just be clear on that. You can just be old. You can just be inherently biased against an individual in a small town. We don't know what's going on inside that judge's head. So
yeah. So yeah, no, I mean, I do know the one thing about the judge is that he is worried. He has expressed that. I've seen other cases get overturned for these reasons. He doesn't want to be overturned. He's very much a stare decisis, it seems, type of guy. This is the way that it was in this other case, so we're going to do it that way. He's not trying to go out there and create precedent. He's not trying to understand the principle of the law. He's also not trying to understand the rules in general and why these rules are applied and why our Constitution protects defendants to this degree against evidence of crimes which they are not on trial for. They're not on. If you are not on trial for a crime, and they are presenting evidence of that other crime, they're essentially trying you twice. It's essentially double jeopardy because he's going to be tried twice for the same crimes.
Well, so two things there. One thing, I mean, if it was given that everything's coming in about the financial crimes and that sort of thing, tell me if I'm wrong, but in the US, would it be normal for the judge in charge of the financial crimes trial to be getting in touch with him? Because I feel like that's something that may happen here if it's in between jurisdictions. Sorry?
No, what do you mean get in touch? Can you clarify what you meant by
Well, they might just say, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" sort of thing.
It's possible, I guess.
But I suppose the other thing that I was going to say is if he's so inherent in following case law, like that I don't think that necessarily flies with me, because the defense brought up a case that said where a bunch of information that was irrelevant was entered, it was appealed and overturned. So I just don't know where he's going with this. I really don't.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That is true. Like, he's setting himself up for that appeal and overturn.
Yeah.
And once again, you could actually say, in a way, people can say he's in the bank for the prosecution, but actually 4D chess, he could be in the bank for the defense, because he could be knowingly setting up. I mean, that would be the ultimate 4D chess. Is he looks like he's for the prosecution, but he's so for the prosecution, he's actually for the defense. Doesn't seem like
it's a defense psyop. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. You get it. Yeah, we live. This is 2023. This is 2023. We are in the era of psyop. You need to understand where people go. We are in the era of people planting Jack Murphys and Eliza Blues in our midst. Right? These are people that they'll put these people there. What is it? Patriot Front in the United States. Which is like 100% all federal agents posing as a militia, so they can crack down on militias. This is what happens in the United States regularly. This is something that anybody who's been watching my channel knows. We're very, very familiar with this, that this is what the federal government does. They do it to entrap you, to pin you down. And it can work both ways, right? It can work both ways. When you know people and have connections, you can do things on a 4D chess level, saying, hey, we're going to look guilty here. We're going to lose this battle so we can win the war, right?
Yep.
And they think like that. And someone actually mentioned to me on Locals, one of my supporters, Veal Hammer, he mentioned that he's actually, through what he's seeing now with the prosecution, he's losing confidence that they can even prove the financial crimes based on what he's seeing from the prosecution.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing. They're so deranged that they could fuck it up and open it up for appeal on those issues too.
Yeah, I can say that.
Like, their possibility to screw themselves seems pretty high. So there you go. All right. But anyways, that being said, guys, I know you've been stuck around for a long time. You guys have been watching this. Make sure you guys are subscribed. For my Locals people, I'm going to take a short break, and maybe in like 15-30 minutes before I go to bed, I'll do a quick Locals stream for you to be casual, be t-shirt mindset on Locals. I am dedicated to doing 2 Locals streams per week. So I'm doing one over there that's Locals exclusive only. And by the way, guys, for my Rumble followers, I know that people hanging out on Rumble with me, I will be doing more Rumble exclusives as well. I want to try to do at least one a week that's just Rumble, so we don't have to deal with the gayness on YouTube. As well, by the way, I was supposed to go on with Joe. A little bit of a note here. Joe Neerman got a strike. We now know that he was playing the Pfizer video, the Project Veritas exposing Pfizer, and the gay guy who was on a date and all that stuff. So he got in trouble for that. Mind you, this is a public video. This is something out there that is out there on many different platforms. It has been shown. And he was put out for medical misinformation for playing that video. I doubt that Joe was, in fact, I can say I know that Joe was not saying that he had a medical opinion. He was just listening to the video. So,
probably,
but he got a strike for it. So support Joe. There's a tweet out there that I put out supporting Joe Neerman. So come out there, support Joe, support my good friend. He's literally always been a good friend of mine, and does not deserve to be banned. And we know that the only way to get people unbanned is to go out there and start that. So go over here, like I said, right here, Team YouTube, please review this. You can look at this in my tweets and replies. So just follow this right here, and you've got something to do. So anyways, that being said, guys, take care, stay based, and I'll catch you later.